pelan-pelan aja dimasukin. Itu udah ada pembicaranya diiniin.
Oh iya, gitu. Ini bisa sambil simultan nggak? Oh, ini pakai ini udah lain Pak. Yuk, kita masukin akhir pesertanya ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the International Webinar and Digital Exhibition of Management Related Discipline 2026. We would like to inform you that the conference is about to begin. Please kindly prepare yourself and ensure that your camera is turned on your microphone mute to maintain a smooth session. Thank you. We truly appreciate your cooperation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all honored guests. A very warm welcome to everyone joining us today. To our international participants, magandang umaga po to our friends from Philippines. Selamat pagi to our colleagues from Malaysia. And Assalamualaikum to our participants from Pakistan. We truly honored to have you with us. The Honorable Head of Management Doctoral Program, Professor Dr. Umi Widyastuti S.A.M.A., the respected Lecturer of Faculty of Economy and Business, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, our distinguished speaker, Dr. Ainul Azrin Adam, Mr. Muslimin Anwar, MBA, PhD, Mr. Nala Astriani Prananta, MBA, and Mr. Hafizuddin Ali, MM. And our moderator, Mr. Rizali Muminin, MBA, and Rahma Alia Azhara. And to all participants, welcome to the International Webinar and Digital Exhibition of Management Related Discipline 2026. With the theme, Meet the Delegate Bridging Academy and Industry Excellence. Carry the spirit of meet, connect, and create impact. Held as a part of EcoBis Expo 2026. This event serves as a collaboration platform that brings together students, academic, and professional cross-country to foster meaningful discussion, sharing insight, and building future participants between academic and industry. It is a great honor for me, Riki Tansuri, as the ambassador of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, to lead this remarkable session. Before we continue to the next agenda, we would like to encourage at all participants to listen and actively participate of event because there is prize only for 10 best participants at the end of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, let us sing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by March of Universitas Negeri Jakarta. To the operator, please present the video.
Indonesia
Thank you. Now, it is my honor to invite the Head of Science of Management Doctoral Program, representative of the Vice Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business to share a few words. Please welcome Professor Dr. Umi Widyastuti, SAMA.
Adminnya mana adminnya? Oh, sudah. Baik, tadi saya di mute, jadi nggak
Ma'am,
bisa unmute.
we can hear you first now.
Okay, thank you for the time, Mas Rifki Pansuri. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, distinguished speakers, honored guests, and also all participants joining us from around the world. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the International Webinar and Digital Exhibition 2026 with the theme Meet the Delegates, Bridging Academia and Industry Excellence, and also our spirit, meet, connect, and create impact. Today, we are proud to host more than 200 participants representing diverse background and perspective from Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and also Pakistan. We are also honored by the presence of our distinguished speakers and collaborators from various esteemed universities, organizations, and industry partners who have contributed to making this event possible. This event is also a special part of the 21st anniversary celebration of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, and it reflects our continuous commitment for academic excellence, innovations, and also global collaboration over the years. On behalf of the Dean of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to all speakers, our adjunct professors as well, and resources persons for their willingness to share knowledge and insight and also experience in this meaningful event. Your contributions are invaluable in enriching academic discourse and strengthening practical relevance in today's dynamic environment. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the organizing committee for their dedication and hard work in making this event possible. This event is proudly organized through the collaboration of several study programs, including undergraduate program in management, Master of Management, doctoral program in management science, doctoral program in business management, and also undergraduate program in digital business, and applied bachelor program in digital marketing. Your commitment and teamwork are truly appreciated. This event is designed as a platform to connect academia, industry, government, and alumni in a collaborative spirit. And we hope that through this forum, we aim to explore the transformation of modern management practices, highlight current trends and challenges, and foster strategic collaboration that support the realization of a world-class university while also strengthening synergy between higher education industry. Finally, I would like to encourage all participants from across these nations to actively engage in discussion, exchange ideas, and build meaningful connection throughout this event. We hope that this gathering will not only inspire insightful dialogue, but also open the opportunity for future collaborations in various academic and professional initiatives. Thank you for being part of this important event. Let us meet, connect, and create impact together. Enjoy the program. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Dr. Umi Widyastuti, SAMA, for being a representative for the Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business, also for the warm and meaningful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the next session, we would like to invite you to get know more about our institution and the innovative work present in this event, which will begin with one of many programs from Faculty of Economic and Business, with its profile video of the International Class Program of Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, followed by the digital exhibition showcase featuring selected work and contribution for all participants. For the operator, please share the profile video of the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Negeri Jakarta.
Hello fellow students, welcome Universitas Negeri Jakarta. I am Professor Dr. Muhammad Rizan, Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business at Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Prospective students, ladies and gentlemen, on these remarkable occasions, I would like to introduce you to the ICP or International Class Programs of the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Established in mid-2023, ICP Universitas Negeri Jakarta offer 3 flagship study programs: Management, Digital Business, and Accounting. While these programs maintain the same core excellence as our regular classes, what sets them apart in the medium of instructions, which is conducted entirely in English, and a curriculum that meets international standards. Furthermore, ICV provides various international exposure opportunities, such as student exchange programs. Through these initiatives, students have the chance to study abroad at our prestigious partner universities, including Monash University, Inti International University, Yonsong International University, and many other global partners. In addition, ICV Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Negeri Jakarta has established strategic collaboration with the world-class universities, including Monash University Indonesia through the Monash Preferred Pathway programs, as well as a dual degree programs with Management and Science University MSU Malaysia. In our ICP programs, we have implemented smart classrooms. Our facilities are equipped with smart TVs to support interactive learning, providing a modern and comfortable environment for our students to excel. Our mission is simple: to prepare you to lead in multinational corporations and global industry.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Rumpun, the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. I would like to take this opportunity to explain how the International Class Program, or ICP, is implemented and developed within the Faculty of Economics and Business. The ICP is not simply a regular class delivered in English. It is structured with clear academic standards, measurable outcomes, and international benchmarks. All courses are delivered fully in English, which shall be aligned to global references, international case studies, and industry-based projects. Several courses invite guest lecturers from our partner universities and practitioners from multinational companies to ensure that what students learn is relevant and up-to-date. In practice, ICT students learn in an interactive and collaborative environment with the support of smart classrooms and modern learning facilities. The learning process becomes more dynamic. Students not only receive material, but also actively discuss present ideas and work on academic projects relevant to developments in the global industrial and business world. As Vice Dean, once again, I have witnessed firsthand how ICT students have grown into more confident, adaptable individuals and have developed an open mindset towards the international environment. We want to ensure that every student who joins this program receives optimal support both academically and personally. We invite you to be part of the International Class Program and grow with us in a high-quality, globally oriented academic environment.
Hi friends, I'm Keizar Malvia. I'm first-year student at Universitas Negeri Jakarta. After 1 year in International Class Program, I can honestly say that International Class Program has been very amazing program for me. The diverse discussions and real-world collaborative projects has gained me the skills to navigate the digital business world. The lectures is very supportive and the curriculum is effectively prepares us for our future international career. My advice for those who want to maximize their experience in International Class Program is, first, do not hold back. Express your talents, taking advantage of connections, and the most important, enjoy the moments. And dream big, think global, act bold.
For more information about admissions, requirements, or our academic programs in general, visit our website at feb.unj.ac.id and penmaba.unj.ac.id/ICP. Well then, are you ready to gain the international exposure to build the future that you want?
Now let's continue to the digital. Before we move to the digital exhibition, we would like to invite all participants to our digital exhibition. After that, we kindly ask all participants to fill out the form before entering the exhibition. If you are not from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, you can fill out only your name and leave the rest with a dash. While waiting, this digital exhibition consists of many selected works from lecturers, alumni, and students of management-related disciplines of Universitas Negeri Jakarta. The works in this digital exhibition consist of books, articles, videos, and posters of web development, software, and application, as one of the products to help building future partnerships between academia and industry. Inside this digital exhibition, you can move around and jump, and there's also features of our exhibition, which you can use to know more about the works from our representative. When you click one of the words, there is maximize and information at the side of the frame. And for example, for the first work, there is Antrein, which is a website development by Naya Ahdania et al., who is a student from Business Digital. Now let's move on to the next work. This is an article of the role of female executives in capital structure decisions, evidence from a Southeast Asian country by Dr. Muhammad Edo Suryawan Siregar, SA MBA, our lecturer from Management. Next, we have a book about Strategic Vision by Professor Dr. Puji Wahono, SAMSE, from lecturer from Science of Business Management. There's also another room for us to check out other selected works, which we are going to see together later after the discussion session with speakers and moderator. All right, I'm sorry. Now we will continue with another digital exhibition showcase. All participants are very welcome if you want to go inside the digital exhibition to see the other selected works with us. For the next work, there is, let's see, there is a platform digital called Innov Tracker by Fajar Lestari from Science of Business Management. And let's move to the next work. There is a book called Pariwisata Halal by Professor Usep Suhudi, MSc PhD from Science of Management. For the next work, we have a poster that called Level Up Your Skill and Portfolio, which is an application or web development by Aurel Jesse Manuela et al. from digital marketing. There's also many works from our representative, which you can see and look around by yourself when you get into the link. You can also move around, you could jump, and you can even go out of the building if you want. Before we move to the next session, which is a discussion session, we would like to ask all participants to turn on your camera and please move your camera so that we can see your beautiful faces because we are going to move to the documentation session. All right, once again, we would like to kindly ask for all participants to turn on your camera and move your camera so that we can see your beautiful faces.
Oke, siap. Silakan.
All right, the documentation, I will help the documentation. In 3, 2, 1. Once again. 1, 2, 3. All right. Next slide, the second slide. I will lead the documentation session. In 3, 2, 1. And 1, 2, 3. Let's move on to the third slide. In 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Okay. One more. And next slide. In 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much for your participation.
And now, we will continue with the first discussion session, which will surely be insightful and engaging. This session will be guided by our moderator, Mr. Rizaldi Muminin, MBA. But before that, let us see Mr. Rizaldi CV first. To our operator, you may share the CV. Okay. How are you today, Mr. Rizaldi?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good. Thank you for asking.
Alhamdulillah. Wow, wonderful day, eh?
Yes, it's of course. Yeah.
Okay. Let me introduce your CV to first. Okay. Mr. Rizaldi hold a Master of Business Administration for University Tun Hussein in Malaysia and has a strong academic background in English linguistics. Professionally, he is an experienced business consultant specializing in enterprise resource planning or ERP with expertise in business process analysis, digitalization, and data-driven solution. He has also been actively involved in various international certifications, including Microsoft Azure Data and AI Fundamental. In addition to this professional work, he has contributed as a speaker, trainer, and moderator in several academic and industry forums. And now, want to hold on you for the long, so Mr. Rizaldi, the time is yours.
All right. Thank you so much for the moderator for welcoming me today. And good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To distinguished leader, Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business, Professor Dr. Muhammad Rizan, Vice Deans, and all of head of the Department of Management related field, respected lecturers, honored speakers, dear student, and all participants for different countries joining us via Zoom and YouTube Live. Welcome once again to our international webinar and digital exhibition. My name is Rizaldi Mukmin, and I'm delighted to be your moderator for this session. As our MC mentioned earlier, today's theme is Meet the Delegates, Bridging Academia and Industry Excellence. So it's the theme that reminds us how important a collaboration is between academia, public institution, and also industry. I believe that this timely, meaningful topic for us, yeah. And today we are privileged to hear from two distinguished speakers whose experience represent both academia excellence and strategic leadership in practice. I'm sure that their insight will enrich our understanding and encourage us to think more broadly about leadership, about transformation, and about future-oriented collaborations. So without further ado, let's begin with introduction. So the first speaker will be Dr. Ainul Azrin Adam. He is an UNJ adjunct professor from University Teknologi Mara, UITM, Malaysia. So Dr. Ainul is an associate professor and strategic leader with more than 20 years of experience spanning both academia and executive leadership. He holds a Doctor of Business Administrations from the University of South Australia with strong expertise in business strategy, investment, and organizational transformations. Throughout his career, he has served in a number of important leadership roles. Yeah, he was the Group of Chief Operating Officer of UITM Holdings, and also he is a major refinancing project worth RM 210 million. He has also served as a director of the Alumni Network Center and head of strategic planning at UITM, contributing to institutional development and university-wide transformation programs. In addition to his academic role at Arsyad Ayub Graduate Business School, UITM, he currently serves as adjunct professor at the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, helping strengthen international collaboration, academic capacity, and global networking. With his combined experience in higher education, strategic management, and executive leadership, we are truly honored to have him with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Ainul Azrin Adam. Dr. Ainul, the floor is yours.
How are you?
Alhamdulillah, good. Dr. Ainul, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, baik-baik saja. Khabar semua.
Alhamdulillah, jumpa lagi Dr. Ainul.
Okay, as usual, I would like to control my own slide. If I may, can I basically share my slides?
Okay, for the operator, please give the chance for Dr. Ainul to share his own slides, please.
All right, can I start now?
Okay, we can see it.
Okay. All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Universitas Negeri Jakarta for having me again. And it's been an honor. As I said, Indonesia has always have a soft spot in my heart, and whenever that UNJ come calling, I will never say no. As usual. Okay, I have plenty of slides to cover in such a short period of time, but I will basically try my best to basically compress such an 4 hours of lecture into like 20 or 30 minutes of presentations. And I will be, please feel free to ask me any questions afterwards. All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay. Let me
I'm
start
so
with.
sorry, Dr. Ainul, to cut your maybe you can maximize your slide to make it more engaging. Maybe can
Is it
you?
okay? Is it okay like
Uh,
this?
okay, that's good.
Good?
Thank you. Okay,
Right.
please continue, Doctor. Sorry.
No worries. Okay. Um, let me start with something a bit uncomfortable. Okay. By the way, Rizaldi, can you hear me clearly, loud and clear?
That's good, Doctor. Great.
All right. Let me start with something a bit, I would say, uncomfortable. Okay. So, what if universities that we are looking at today are not failing? Okay. We are not failing, but we are actually improving, but become less relevant at the same time. That sounds strange, right? But that's exactly the tension that I want to explore today with all of you, because this is not just about education. This is about whether our systems can keep up with the real world. We always talk about becoming world-class universities, stronger ranking, more partnerships, more innovations. We've been hearing this not just in Malaysia, but I believe also in Indonesia. But let me ask you something simple. World class, according to who? And for what purpose? And because if we are not solving real world problems, then we exactly are then what exactly are we becoming better at? Look at this. We are doing more, but not necessarily moving forward. More programs, more partnerships, more initiatives, everything is increasing. But real world relevance, that gap is still there. The current operation model has reached basically the limits of its efficiency. So the problem is not the effort. The problem is the directions. We are running faster, but maybe not toward to the right destinations. For years, we've been told align our universities with industry. It sounds logical though, but here's the problem. Alignment assumes the world is stable. Okay, the industry stays the same, and that skills don't change too fast. But is that true today? If I may ask yourself this one question, can you recall when was the last time you see things stable? Look at today around us. All right. Technology is moving fast. Industries are changing every few months. So how can we align to something that is constantly shifting? Let us look at Malaysia. I will go to Indonesia afterwards. Let's make this real, okay? In Malaysia, we have invested heavily in graduate employability programs, partnerships, collaborations, through Talent Corp, and many others. And yet, employees still say our graduates are not ready. So, and yet, what's going on? So it's not because students are not trying. It's not because I would say that the university is trying to adjust. I can see that, but while we are still adjusting with the so-called how the industry moves, the industry has already moved faster than us. So we are always catching up and never leading. Okay. And if you look at the timeline here, university update curriculum every 3 to 5 years here in Malaysia, and I believe in Indonesia as well. But look at the industry shifts. Changes every 6 to 18 months. Even at the current rate, I would say 18 months still long. And I think looking at the current situations worldwide, even at 18 months, it's still slow though. Okay, so even if we at university, even if we align perfectly today, we are already outdated tomorrow. So that's not a people problem to me. That is a system design problem. Okay. So this is important, right? This is not a failure of effort. This is basically a mismatch of speed. We are using a slow system to respond to a fast world, and that will never work. Look at UITM, my own university. Okay, this is what I call the illusions of MOU culture. Many universities have partnerships. Same goes to UITM. MOU signed. Okay. Collaboration announced. We basically organize events. Basically, this is basically at the abyss of, at the above of the surface, right? Even institutions like University of Jimara, UITM, have many collaborations. But let's be honest, okay? How many of this actually change how our students learn? How many basically create continuous interactions? Not once a year, not once a semester, but ongoing. But because if it doesn't change the system, then it's just an activity, not a transformations. So if you look at the above the surface, this is what I call MOU culture. It's MOU theater, sorry, and it's basically mimic the appearance of collaboration on the surface, but structurally fails to change how the system learns. Okay, and then what this prove? Basically, the co-incentives misalignment. So if you look at how the in the academia works, our primary incentive is basically publications. And if you look at how industry, the primary incentive is the short-term return on investments. So they are actually moving a different direction. So collaborations cannot evolve into a system integrations when the foundational incentives vectors, both institutions are pulling in 180 degrees opposite directions. So we need to have a system integrations right here. Okay, so the true metric of survival systems learning speed is not about the collaborations. It's not about how many collaborations that you have. So the problem is not the collaborations. The problem is how fast the system learns. And I do believe that universities and industries must grow together, or basically we grow apart.
Okay. I think
David?
sorry, Doctor, I think you are unconnected. Okay.
Am I good now?
Okay. Yeah, good. Okay. You can reshare your presentations.
Okay. So we don't need better alignment. We need co-evaluations. So we must abandon the static alignment in favor of continuous ecosystem adaptations. So these are basically the old paradigm, which is the alignment lah. So static fit, periodic engagements, and linear pipeline. And the new paradigm should be co-evolutions, continuous adaptations.
Sir, I'm so sorry to cut your speak. Well, actually, your slides is not
Sorry?
presenting right now. Can you reshare the slides?
It's not presenting right now.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
All
Can
right.
you see now?
Okay. Yeah, a bit. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. That's good.
Sorry.
Thank you, doctor. Okay.
We don't need better. So we don't need better alignment. We need something different. All right. So we need co-evolution. Evolution. Sorry. What does that mean? It means universities and industry don't just match each other. So they grow together continuously, like a loop and not a straight line. So why co-evolution matters today? All right. This matters because of one thing, basically speed. The world is no longer changing slowly. It's accelerating, as what we can see today. And if our systems cannot adapt to the same speed, it becomes irrelevant. Let us use Gojek as an example, as a case that we can look today. All right. Let's go into Indonesia and look at companies like Gojek. They didn't just grow, they transformed the industry. Okay. Transport, payments, logistics. But here's the issue. The talent that they basically needed did not exist fast enough. And Gojek cannot wait. And they built their own training systems. Because their own training systems, because waiting for universities was too slow. So, all right. So we can see here, market imperative. And you look at how we overhaul our curriculum 3 to 4 years. And then the market imperative, basically, you know what, never mind, you can continue with your business model university. I have to do mine because I need fast 3 to 6 months of boot camps or upskilling or short courses. All right. And when the systems don't co-evolve, parallel systems emerged. All right. So this is the legacy infrastructure, which is the how our universities work. All right. And then we have because they cannot wait and they have to come up with a parallel bypass system. Okay. So and they actually bypass the universities entirely. All right. And come up with their own talent. So industry stops depending on universities. So they create their own pipelines, their own training programs, their own ecosystems. And when that happens, universities are no longer central. I wouldn't say irrelevant, but no longer central. I repeat myself again. And they now universities become an optional. All right. Excuse me. This is not a failure of universities, actually. This is a signal. A signal that the system is evolving unevenly. All right. So we need to have a balancing gear here. We need to have a bridge. And I still remember di rumah arwah mbah saya kan. Look at universities like a house, right? So di rumah arwah mbah dulu, we used to have a musola separately from the house. It likes an annex to the house, an extension to the house. So if we do want to pray, solat, and we go to the musola, basically to the annex of the house. And the annex basically become the bridge between the house, the musola, and also the surrounding community. So we do have some orang kampung because arwah mbah dulu yang buka kampung tu kan. Jadi datang rumah semayang di situ, and now the musola now become a mosque in the kampung lah. So and I do miss my arwah mbah di rumah dulu kan. And we used to have our toilets also outside of the house. And then I went through that experience before. So the same analogy applies to the university. So we cannot basically change how the university works, but we can actually have an annex to the universities that basically become the bridge between the university and also the industry. All right, this is what we call balancing gear diagram. in Indonesia, this not just in Indonesia but also in Malaysia, this matters even more. We have a huge number, getting bigger and bigger young populations, a fast-growing digital economy, a huge demand for skilled talent. So if university and industry don't evolve together, we risk producing graduates for a world that no longer exists. Look at Campus Merdeka, under the Merdeka Belajar Campus Merdeka Initiative, MBKM, right? And this is, pada saya, to me, this is a perfect example of a starting of co-evolutions in Indonesia. So Indonesia is already experimenting with change. This is what I've seen from far, right? So through Campus Merdeka, I can see that Rizaldi has a paper on this. Students don't just study, they work in industry, join startups, solve real problems, not after graduations, but during learning. This is good. This is a big shift. We do have a similar model in Malaysia through our IKBN, Institute Kemahiran Bina Negara, and also Pusat Giat Mara, where we actually focus on vocational skills. And basically, they become the stopgap measures between the industry and also Indonesia, between industry and university. But and I still believe that university can still play a role in narrowing the gap between the relationships between academia and also industry. So the paradigm shifts here. How can we make the systems look better? Think of it like a living loop, right? Not a pipeline, not a start to end, but continuous improvements. We learn, okay, we adapt, and we evolved, right? So this is important because that is closer to co-evolutions, and this proves one thing, okay. Like what we see in Campus Merdeka, we see talent circulations, we see real-time learning loops, we see early versions of circulations plus translation layers. This is not the end state. This is a prototype of co-evolutions. So the so-called regenerative co-evolution engine operates as a continuous biological loop. There are 4 layers. Okay, the first one is basically sensing. We capturing the early signals. So universities basically must capture weak signals before they become a mainstream disruptions. So we need to ask ourselves, are we sensing early or basically are we reacting? Adakah bila dia datang dia baru kita react, or we become proactive in sensing what's coming very soon? Continuous industry signal capture, weak signal detections. Okay, sorry. Layer 2 is about translations, rapidly converts real world problems into structural learning. So we need to ask ourselves, can we turn real problems into real learning fast enough? So this is basically the industry problems. So we need to have the first beam where we convert industry problems and researchable questions. And this is what I normally do in my class, because I normally treat my class because I'm teaching MBA students. So I always basically tell my students, when you come to my class, you must treat my class like a business lab. So every meeting we are talking about real life problems. So I give my basically my opinions how to solve this, and I do welcome feedbacks from them. And most of my students today, they are coming from Gen Ys, the millennials, and I have few from Gen Z. And with this Gen Z, I noticed one thing. The Gen Z expose the meaning and trust deficit today. And I always tell my colleagues, we must not look at Gen Z as an obstacles. We must look at them as a signal where we can actually further improve our delivery systems. So I'm currently basically doing research on youth empowerment through social entrepreneurships. So somehow or other, when I go deeper into the knowledge, it makes me feel younger, and then I tend to understand more about what's actually going on in the basically in the mind of the Gen Z. Right, so the layer 3 circulation prioritizes fluid mobility over static ownerships of knowledge. Talent should not move once; it should be circulate. So after you have graduated from UNJ, for instance, and I believe if UNJ can continue to support them by giving them short courses, some certificates-based programs and whatnot. This is how you basically circulate and make sure that they are not basically remain as an ex-students of UNJ, but they basically become the part of the business model of UNJ to further contribute to the society. So continuous talents of flow, students, academic, industry, practitioners moving seamlessly, and also knowledge mobility, actively dismantling static ownerships and hoarding. All right. So the layer 4 is basically generates. So same goes in UITM. We always ask ourselves, are we still well, my connections here, I think it's bad, lah. I'm sorry. I'm about to finish anyway.
It's all about 7 minutes left.
Okay. All right. So we are talking about regenerations. We basically in UITM today, we keep asking ourselves, are we still doing the things that no longer works? So because our thought process all the while is very much extractive in nature. So we normally extract, we don't regenerate. So and the time has come. If you look at how the university works today, we become too efficient, we become too optimized, and the system now become like a brittle system, like satu batang kayu. Dia dah become too stiff, dia dah keras. And if you put one pressure like a shock, and the apa kayu tu patah lah, dia brittle. Jadi so we can no longer have a brittle system like that. It must be flexible. It must be like a rubber water hose, you see. So it moves according to the pressure of the water. So that's what I call regenerative approach. So I think we are looking at the beginning of a new era of academia today. So the interconnected system responds to industry signal in real time. Kalau kita buat sensing, translation, circulations, and regenerations. So the institutional adaptation is no longer an annual strategic planning event. It is a live, continuous metabolic process. I'm not sure if you heard about this. We do have one coffee company in Malaysia called Zeus Coffee. I'm not sure because I've never been to. My last visit to Jakarta was before COVID. So it has been 6 years. So I'm looking forward to come to Indonesia in the near future. And we have one coffee company called Zeus Coffee. Now become the number one coffee in Malaysia. We do have Gigi Coffee as well, and I believe Gigi is from Indonesia. So Gigi is and Zeus Coffee is competing each other now. And Starbucks now basically ranking number 3 or number 4 in Malaysia. So Zeus Coffee basically applying this regenerative approach. And when I study the company, and I notice in their office, they have these small labs that actually looking at, they are applying Moscow analysis, must have, could have, shouldn't have, nice to have, that kind of things. So what must have, the one room that they call this one lab, that okay, this is something must have. So they are actually grinding ideas about what the things that they must do in order to survive the ever changing, the dynamic of business world. So this requires a fundamental shift in leadership identity. So this is not strategy, this is leadership. So are we managing institutions, or are we stewarding a system? Because those are two different mindset. Okay, so this is the future. Basically, 10 years from now, our university, UITM in Malaysia and UNJ in Indonesia, we have two choices. We basically keep trying to align with the university or become part of a systems that evolves. The other basically shapes the future. So I think we need to be honest with ourselves. Kita kena pilih. You want to go here or you want to go here? So because 10 years from now, you can see the trigger of what I call the emergence in higher educations. With that, thank you very much. I'm sorry because I think my connection here is very bad.
Okay, it's okay, Doctor. Thank you so much for your insightful speech. Well, actually, you have a, like usual, engaging presentation, engaging slides. Yeah. Well, so you are so well prepared. Yeah. Okay. Yes. To conclude all of the things that you have talked about, the university recently, I think it's especially relevant to UNJ. Yeah. So the presentation will begin with the problem, a very real problem. Universities are working harder, creating more programs, and then build more relationships, yeah, partnerships, but often the results still do not fully match the speed of change in the real world. Today we have a pandemic, AI, and then a lot of problems that we've faced, especially as a university in this era. That's where the gap appears, yeah, between what institutions are designed to do and what the ecosystem now demands. Yeah. So the important point today is that the answer is not simply more alignment in the old sense. Yes, sir. But a new model. Yeah, so Dr. Ainul just proposed a new model, a new business model for university. Yeah, one based on co-evolution. Yeah, so the model where universities, industry, and society can learn, adapt, and grow together more continuously. Yeah. So for UNJ, I think this gives us not only a challenge but also directions for how we can stay relevant and create a greater impact going forward. Yeah. Thank you again for sharing, Dr. Aino, these important ideas for us. This is important only for our lecturers, our institution, but also our students. Yeah, so students can see that the situation has changed. We cannot do something that the same in the old time. Yeah, we should propose the new way how to make the university relevant in this industry. All right. Yeah, now we have arrived at a Q&A session actually. For the participants who would like to ask the questions, please feel free to type your questions, or you can raise your hand and then talk. Yeah. And I would like to please you to ask the questions. Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you, all the participants who ask the question will have privilege to receive the gifts, yeah, from the committee. So yeah, it will be good for you if you guys could take one question for the gift. Yeah. Okay. And let me tell you guys before asking your questions, maybe you can mention your name and your institution, maybe your department. We know that there are a lot of participants from outside UNJ too, outside Indonesian too. Yeah, so it will be good for you to introduce yourself to us. Yeah. So for the first session, I'll take 2 participants. Yeah. Once we still have a time, I'll give another chance for other participants. Please, who wants to ask? Okay, we have one. We have one participants to ask. Here is Talwa.
Rizaldi,
Yes, doctor.
before Rizaldi, before we end the session with me, I would like to leave 3 simple questions for us to ponder.
Okay.
This is not just for these questions are actually for us and individuals, not it's also applicable for organizations like UNJ, and also I believe some of the participants also running a business as well.
Yes.
Regardless through Shopee or whatever. Because I can see from Shopee Malaysia, there are many sellers from Indonesia basically exporting their products to Malaysia, kain pelikat and whatnot, kan. So and I would like to leave 3 questions to you for us to ponder together. We need to redefine our visions, not just for ourselves, but also not just for our businesses or we as individuals. So the first question we need to ask ourselves, tanya diri sendiri, kan, kita ni nak apa sebenarnya? Kita hidup ni nak apa sebenarnya? So the first question in English I would say, what are we becoming? Ask ourselves this. So what are we becoming? Number 1. Number 2, ask ourselves, what are we restoring? If you don't restore, you keep on like doing the same things over and over again, you are extracting, you are not regenerating. So if we restore means you actually keep on improving the things that we are lacking of before. So we are getting better and better and better. So what are we restoring? That's question number 2. Question number 3, ask ourselves, who becomes stronger because of we exist? Who becomes stronger because of we exist? So like today, my parents become stronger because I exist, for instance. My children, my wife basically having a good life because of exist. UNJ, we become because of we exist, we produce a lot of young entrepreneurs, vibrant entrepreneurs, for instance. So if we can redefine our visions by having these 3 questions, you know what? Oh, our journey to the future is going to be very beautiful, inshallah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Doctor. That is very insightful questions. Well, actually, we have to ask ourselves about these questions. Yeah. Well, actually, this is not only for institutions, not only for lecturers, also for students who are struggling right now. You have to shape your own vision, right? You have to know what is your purpose. What is your purpose to live? What is your purpose to study in UNJ and any other things? Yeah, and what will you do with the skills that you have once you have graduated from UNJ? You have to think about that. We have to think about that, and also for lecturers, also have to think about what we will become in the next, for example, 10 years. Yeah, maybe we will become a very a very meaningful professor, maybe, or we would like to create any impactful research for the entire world, or only for our country, for our region, maybe. Yeah, we have to shape that kind of vision. Yeah, for all of us. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ainul. That will be a very philosophical for us.
Thank
Yeah,
you for
so
having.
for our reflection. Okay, all right. Recently we have one participant who would like to ask the questions. Maybe we have Salwa.
Hi,
Okay.
Salwa. Assalamualaikum.
Oh,
All right.
okay. Can you hear me clearly, Mr. Rizaldi?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Salwa Salsabila. I'm from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, and thank you for the opportunity and the time, Mr. Rizaldi, as the moderator. And I would also like to address my question to Dr. Ainul. Okay, as we move toward institutional alignment, universities are often under pressure to meet internationalization metrics like those in MBKM. However, the recent incident of student labor exploitation abroad suggests a gap in our transformation strategy. What practical mechanism can a university implement to ensure that student safety is integrated into the ecosystem co-evolution, rather than being sacrificed for the sake of global mobility figures?
Okay, Salwa, if
Okay.
I understand your questions correctly, okay? Correct me if I'm wrong, right? This is how I understand from your questions. Basically, what universities can do for you in order for you to co-evolve with the industry. Am I right?
Yes. All right.
Okay. All right. One thing that we need to be certain, and we need to have a common understanding here. Okay. The job of education, the job of university is basically to train, to teach you, to guide you, to acquire basic knowledge. So the whole business model of universities is basically to introduce you, to help you to go on knowledge acquisitions. Okay, knowledge acquisition, not skill. Is it? Okay, so this is the gap. This is the gap. So knowledge, okay, all right, they are good. uh, because they are subjected to a certain guidelines imposed by your Ministry of Education and Culture. In Malaysia, we call it the Ministry of Higher Learning Education, pengajian tinggi. You see, for instance, in my faculty, we are subjected also to the framework imposed by AACSP, and I believe UNJ as well. And then, the product, like what I've said just now, is not ready for the industry. So what can UNG do? The Faculty of Business can do, right? Is to start to layering the programs. Okay, layering. You see, you sulam, you layer the program with short-term courses. So in other words, when you graduate, let's say with degree in finance ataupun degree in marketing, for instance, it comes together during your education tenure in UNJ. You basically enroll yourself into a short-term courses, sebulan, 2 bulan, 3 bulan, and then you basically have some what I call short courses certificates. Here in UiTM, we are exploring about having a modular programs. Modular program means we are stacking the short-term courses where the students acquire elsewhere. They come to UiTM, to Asyik Graduate School, for instance. Okay, look, I have attended quite a number of short courses. With these short courses that I have attended, can I enroll into your MBA program and do 1 or 3 or 4 subjects, and then do some dissertations at the end of the program, and I graduated with MBA. So we are actually looking at that model right now. So when it's going to be rolled out, macam biasa lah. Kan? Malaysia, Indonesia biasalah semua slow je semua kan. Because we tend to allow others to do and tengok the other people's mistake, and then we learn from others people's mistakes. So we don't have the courage to try new things. So it's normal. It's normal because of it comes with the generations, and it comes together. It's a package. So if you ask me what can UNJ do to use Salwa, kalau saya lah, saya cadangkan banyakkan kursus-kursus pendek, short courses. For instance, as simple as short courses on how to use Canva for marketing, for instance. Okay, how can you use Kahoot, for instance, and how you can use ClassPoint, for instance. How can you basically utilize Gemini, Notebook LM, or ChatGPT for to come up with a strategic way forward, strategic papers for business, katakan. As simple as that. Sebulan, 2 bulan punya course ke, khusus-khusus pendek. Okay, yang mana, alright, I believe the lectures, not just in UNJ, but also in Malaysia, in UiTM pun, it requires a practicing experience. You have to practice in order for you to conduct such training programs. So for a start, perhaps UNJ can partner with 1 or 2 training companies, use UNJ as a premise, as a place, as a rumah untuk come up with the training, and then come up with a certificate having one UNJ logo and one of the training company logo. All right. So, and the students now not just going to the classroom, but also they are going to a business lab. And from the business lab, you come up with a certificates. So when you graduate, you actually you're layering your degrees or your diploma with short-term courses, and that will basically make your CVs look wonders. So that is some ideas that I can give now. Thank you, Sawa.
Thank you, Dr. Ainul, for answering my question. That I also jadi know that we as students also to need continuously improve ourselves, and especially in terms of awareness and preparedness. Okay, thank you, Dr. Ainul, for answering my question.
Just another thing, you may not have to wait for UNJ to prepare that for you tau. You tak perlu tunggu sebenarnya. You can do yourself, your own effort. We have plenty of online short courses for free from America, from Australia, from Singapore, even from Malaysia. So by attending these short courses online for free, and you are layering with your program in UNJ, and even UNJ perhaps can come up with a database of these so-called online short courses that you can basically offer to your students. That's going to be a different level altogether as compared to your competitors in not just in Jakarta, but also in Surabaya or wherever, right? Thank you. Thank you, Sawa.
Thank you so much, Salwa, for your questions. Well, actually, thank you also to Dr. Ainul for answering the question. Well, actually, that's right. When we are becoming something like useful after graduate, we have to acquire some skills, which is legalized by certificates, right? because skills right now is always legalized by certificates. But well, actually, back to our skill itself, yeah, we have to prove ourselves to be able to execute many job, yeah, in the real industry. And well, actually, from Salwa's questions, actually, yeah, it's a learning for all of us, as a student, as a lecturer. We need to improve our skills no matter what, because today's era has been crazy. We faced wars, we faced pandemic, we faced AI, which is very evolving, and it is really important for us to keep pace, yeah, to keep the pace with the world changing. Okay, all right, maybe there are another questions. Maybe I'll open for one more questions, please. Please, you can raise hand and talk if you'd like to ask the questions. Okay. We have Ramdalia Fani Gustaji. Oh, this is the lecturer of management. Yes, please, Bu Fani, for asking the questions.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity for me to asking question to Dr. Ainul. Okay, my question is regarding the soft skill. So the last question from Sawa is about like the hard skill that we have to provide to our students before they are going to the labor market. So what do you think about the soft skills one? Because as we know in the work environment, there is not only about the hard skill, right? So we also need the soft skills, and how me as a lecturer nurture the soft skills, the grit, yeah, I think the grit, and then the kalau in bahasa like daya juang ya. So it means yeah. So yeah, and then also about the grit, the persistence, I think, yeah, doctor, how we can nurturing that to our students before they are going to the labor market. Because I think it's important, but sometimes I kind of find difficult to like the Gen Z. Yeah, so sometimes the Gen Z is having so many excuses when I give them a task or any sort of kind of activities. They want something easier or not too much or something like that. Gitu. So what do you think? What should I do as a lecturer to nurturing the grit, the persistence to my students, especially in UNJ before they are going to the labor market? Soft skills, basically. Thank you, Dr. Ainul.
Assalamualaikum Ibu Fani ya. Okay.
Waalaikumsalam.
Let us be honest. Let us honest to ourselves and look at our surrounding today. If you look at our surrounding today, we don't know what is real anymore. You see? So a lot of fakes, a lot of scammers, and bukanlah dulu tak ada. Dulu ada sebenarnya. Because today, because of social media and whatnot, the fakeness, the plastic versions of things become too obvious now, and then we just don't know what is real anymore. And moving forward, being real, being authentic is an asset. To be honest with you, it's a new skill. Being real, being authentic, being honest, have a high degree of integrity is an asset, because knowledge and skills you can harness, you see. But that kind of soft skills, that what you said, is something which is very very rare today, to be honest. And with the AI and automations, it exposes that our work design basically obsolete. All right. And then with the Gen Z, like I said just now, it exposed meaning and trust deficit. So you cannot, I've experimented this too with my students. See, you cannot pressure them to do things that we want. You cannot pressure them. So apa saya buat? All right. So I do the first thing that most leaders don't do. Listen. So we tend to listen to reply, but we don't try to listen to understand. So sit with them and try to understand them, what actually their interests. And I notice that my students, they would like to solve real problems. They want something. If I want to do this, I want to commit to doing that. There's a difference between compliance and commitments. So compliant means, kalau buat ni dapat A. Kalau tak buat dapat B katakan. Jadi dia tak nak begitu. The Gen Z is no longer compliance in nature. They want to be encouraged to commit. So how can we make them commit to do something? You must be clear what this assignment is for and what's expected from them, and the outcome is like this. So apa saya buat? I give them real life problems assignment. Mudah saja. Okay, let's look at this because we have a lot of what we call preschools for unfortunates. The unfortunates mean with autisms and whatnot. So kita bawa dia pergi sekolah tu. So I ask the students, look at this school and think, how can we which part of the schools that needs to be restored? Is it the business model? Is it because is it the team? Is it at the individual level? Is it at the organization level? Is it what? Bagi dia mereka faham. So in other words, bring them back to the society, look at the real societal problems, and try to apply what have you teach Bu Fani dalam kelas, and then try to apply at this particular the unfortunate school, school for the unfortunate people. So by doing that, these students become clear on the meanings of the assignments. Then they started to trust you. Okay, so Ibu Fani would like to make us like a human, humanizing the humans. So kita tidak humanizing the humans, we lecturers. Kita grill mereka. Oh, we are actually testing dia punya memory power, that kind of things, and we grill them. So I think the way we do our class test pun kena berubah. Itulah kena pakai Kahoot lah, class point lah, macam-macam lah saya tengok sekarang ni kan. Banyak AI punya ni kan. Mereka suka the gamifications of learning. So if you ask me, we have to go back to basic. Go back to basic means make them assimilate with the societal problems. So, and of course, the problems that you share in the class must be in accordance to their level. You cannot have like a real huge, like a Gojek leadership problem to be discussed at degree level, because that meant for masters. So you tengok yang mudah-mudah saja. Kadang-kadang, okay, jomlah kita pergi ke Rizaldi, what is the top shopping mall now in Jakarta? Saya pun dah tak lama tak pergi.
Well, in Jakarta we have
Grand Indonesia.
Grand Indonesia Central Park.
Central Park, okay. Memang kalau saya lah, Bu Fani, hari ni kelas kita di Central Park katakan. Okay, jom kita pergi Central Park. Okay. Ask them to sit in one place 1 hour. Sit, jangan buat apa, tengok saja. Tengok je, buat observations. You buat observations. You tengok kan. And then you start to ask them questions. So ask them questions and let them think. You see, and then make sure when they answer, ask them to show where is the evidence from your answer. How you justify your answer. Show me the evidence. So in other words, is yang mana saya panggil on-site assignments. Dia on-site, dia group assignment tapi on-site. Mana dekat site tu, you give me the answer then and there, and then you show to me the proof to justify your answer. So by doing that, you actually train them to be to be sensible, to be alert, and then their mind started to work. And you might be surprised. You may be surprised that they start to notice the things that they will never notice before. By learning to observe, tengok, dia akan start belajar. Itu cara saya lah. Bu Fani kalau boleh pakailah. Kalau tak boleh, terpulang. Tapi saya nampak with the new generations ni, dia kena banyak yang hands-on. They have to experience the learning process rather than in the classroom. So you have to have a mixture of in classroom, or outside of the classroom. Thank you.
Kind of variation, yeah, doctor. Yeah, I actually Mr. Rizaldi also have a program. We bring our students going to the industry, Ajinomoto. So it's one of like a apa ya field apa ya field trip ya field trip for our student, yeah. So it's kind of variation, doctor. So keep them interesting with our subject, yeah. Okay, thank you, doctor.
Mereka tak nak classroom sebenarnya. Dia tak nak. They want the classroom outside of the classroom.
They
Mereka nak.
prefer outside classroom, yeah.
But before you go outside classroom, make them understand. Okay, before you go outside of the classroom, these are the things that we need to discuss in classroom. So before you go to Ajinomoto, you brief them. You see? Okay, this is what we are looking at. Okay, ni chapter 1. Chapter 1 tengok begini katakan. Ni chapter 2 tengok begini. So how can we look at chapter 1 and chapter 2 in Ajinomoto? So you actually not lecturing them, you are actually coaching them. They love that approach. So if you can coach them, you see, like that, the stigma of looking at you as a tok guru ke apa cikgu ke guru apa kan, jadi dah berbeza. It's about stigma. So and show to them, here we are facilitating you to learn. We are not just here to teach, but we are also here to educate, to guide, to coach. Oh, they love that, to be honest with you. Try.
Thank you, doctor, for wonderful insight.
All right. Yes. Thank you so much for Ibu Fani for asking the questions. Now, Doctor, because we have running out of time, so the will not open for other participants for the questions in the first session. Maybe you can ask in the next session. Yeah. So I think we will be closing for the first sessions. Thank you so much for Dr. Ainul for your insightful, inspiring presentation. But before we move on, we would like to take a group photo together. Okay. So to all participants. Yes, sorry, Doc.
Thank you for having me. Terima kasih atas jemputan.
You're very welcome, sir. Okay, maybe we can take a photo together first, yeah? Okay. Maybe for the operator, help to take the photo, and to all participants, you may open your camera. Okay. I will count to 3 for the first slide. All right. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Cheers. Okay, for the next slide. 1, 2, 3. Cheers. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Next, as a token of our appreciation for the speaker, I will give you a certificate, Dr. Ainul, as the appreciations to be presented by operator. Okay. Maybe we can take a photo together, Dr. Ainul, with the certificate. Okay. All right. For operator, please help us to take a picture together. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Cheers. Once again. 3, 2, 1. Cheers. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Ainul, for your time today. I will very appreciate your time and willingness to come to this expo. All right. Sorry?
Share gambarnya ya.
Okay. All right. All right. Waalaikumsalam. Thank you. For Dr. Ainul, you are flexibly allowed to whether to stay in the Zoom or leave if there's any other businesses. Now maybe we could move to our second speaker. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ainul. All right, for all participants, we still have another session. So for all participants, you may stay in the Zoom because the gift will be given in the end of the session. Yeah, so please stay with us and enjoy the session. Okay. All right. It's now my great pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Bapak Muslimin Anwar, MBA, PhD. So he is a director and deputy representative of Bank of Indonesia for West Java. So maybe the operator can share the CV. All right. So Dr. Muslimin is a distinguished macroeconomist and executive leader with more than 29 years of experience in monetary policy, strategic economic leaderships, and multilateral cooperations. His professional journey includes major roles at Bank of Indonesia, as well as international experience at the International Monetary Fund in Washington, D.C. Currently, in his leadership role at Bank Indonesia West Java, he has helped drive impressive regional achievement, including record investment realization, strong inflation control, and economic growth that outperform the national average. Previously, he served as a senior advisor to the executive director at the IMF, where he contributed to policy discussion affecting 13 Southeast Asian countries. So academically, he earned a PhD in economics from Brunel University, West London, an MBA in finance from University of Pittsburgh, and most recently completed the Harvard Professional and Executive Development Program in 2025. His experience in economic policy, strategic stakeholder management, and global engagement makes him an exceptional speaker for today's forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Muslimin Anwar, MBA, PhD. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, clear, sir.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished leadership of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Honorable Bapak Dr. Ainul Azrin Adam, fellow, thank you for your insightful presentation. Fellow speakers, Ibu Nala Astarini Prananta and Bapak Hafizuddin Ali, esteemed lecturers, and the future leaders, the students of UNJ. It is a profound honor to join this international webinar and digital exhibition, part of the EcoBis Expo 2026. My name is Muslimin Anwar, and I represent the Bank Indonesia West Java Rep Office. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into the core of today's session, I would like to honor a beautiful Indonesian tradition by offering you a pantun. Yeah, for international participants, the pantun is a traditional form of poetry recognized by UNESCO. It symbolizes the bridge between the heart and the intellect. Now there is one rule. In Indonesia, after I finish each line, the audience usually shout "cakep," yeah, which means bravo or beautiful. Shall we give it a try?
Okay, let's begin.
Right, be ready. The sun rises high over Jakarta's blue sky.
Cakep.
With leaders and scholars in one noble hall.
Artinya,
in this city of dreams where our ambitions fly, we bridge every gap to stand proud and tall. Thank you very much. Thank you for your wonderful participation. Just as those lines suggest, we are here today to bridge the gaps in our industry and turn our shared ambition into reality. Participants, today's theme, bridging academia and industry excellence, is more than a professional courtesy. It is a fundamental pillar of our national resilience. In the world of central banking, we are often viewed through the lens of cold data, interest rates, liquidity ratios, and inflation targets. However, those numbers are the heartbeat of 278 million people. They represent whether a family can afford rice, whether a student can afford tuition, and whether a business can hire a new graduate. We believe that the bridge between the theoretical rigor of your lecture halls and the practical strategies of our boardroom must be seamless. We are here to ensure that the intellectual capital of UNJ meets the operational reality of Bank Indonesia. Let us begin this journey by looking at the world as it stands today. To provide a structured and intellectually stimulating session, I have organized our discussion into three comprehensive pillars. First, the economic update, construct the global polycrisis and how it trickles down to our local communities. Second, education collaboration. We will explore the human capital dimension, how we are moving from guest lecturing to deep institutional integration. Third, flagship events. I will present the living laboratories where your research can be tested, from high-tech hackathons to grassroots halal certification. This roadmap is designed to move us from understanding to action. Let's go to the recent global economic development. The war in the Middle East has deteriorated global economic condition and prospects. Global oil and commodity prices have increased sharply, and supply chain disruption have deepened. Consequently, global economic growth in 2026 is projected to decelerate to 3% from the previous forecast of 3.1%, while global inflation is expected to rise to 4.2% from 4.1%, further narrowing the scope for global monetary policy easing. Consequently, further cuts to the federal funds rate, or usually called as FFR, are expected to be delayed or even postponed until late 2026. U.S. Treasury yields have continued to increase due to expectation of a wider U.S. fiscal deficit. Global capital flows have shifted towards safe haven assets, particularly U.S. money market instruments, in line with growing investor preference for safe asset, or we call flight to safety. The US dollar index, or DXY, has continued to strengthen while emerging market currencies remain under pressure. The deterioration in global economic and financial condition necessitates a stronger fiscal and monetary policy response, accompanied by synergy to maintain external resilience, strengthen stability, and support domestic economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in an era of perma-crisis. As we observe our current data, the global economic outlook has deteriorated, with growth projection for 2026 being recalibrated down to 3%, as I said before. The primary driver is geopolitical instability, as we see on TV, listen from radio, or you check into your social media, specifically the Middle East conflict. For an academic audience, this is a masterclass in the bullwhip effect of global trade. A regional conflict leads to soaring oil prices. Soaring oil prices increase transportation costs. Increased transportation costs trigger global inflation. We see U.S. Treasury yields climbing as fiscal deficit widen, leading to a massive outflow of capital from emerging markets towards safe haven assets. In this environment, uncertainty is the only certainty. Bank Indonesia's role is to act as the vanguard, protecting our domestic market from these external shocks through calibrated, data-driven intervention. Flowing from this global instability, we see a narrowing window for monetary easing. The U.S. Federal Reserve remains cautious, and the expectation of rapid rate cuts has faded. We are now in a higher for longer interest rate environment. This creates a significant challenge for emerging economies. How do we stimulate domestic growth when the global borrowing costs are high? At Bank Indonesia, we respond by optimizing our policy mix. We don't just rely on interest rate. We use macroprudential tools and payment system digitalization to keep the economy moving. This is where we need academia to help us model and predict these shifts before they become crises. At home, domestic economic growth momentum must be maintained amid deteriorating global economic conditions and prospects. The latest indicators show that economic growth in the first quarter of 2026 improved, underpinned by domestic demand. Household consumption increased due to greater economic confidence and maintained income, coupled with a seasonal spike in demand during the Eid al-Fitr, 1447 Hijriah, national religious holiday. Government spending also increased in line with disbursement of the mandatory religious holiday allowance, or we call THR. Higher social spending and various other incentives, including transfer fund allocation to regions. Investment, particularly building investment, remains solid, primarily driven by the acceleration of government priority programs. Looking ahead, various government and Bank Indonesia must be strengthened against the backdrop of a weaker global economic outlook. Policy responses will be strengthened to mitigate the impact of global economic moderation and boost domestic sources of growth. To that end, government priority programs aim at job creation, increasing domestic demand, and maintaining fiscal resilience will continue. Bank Indonesia will continue strengthening the monetary, macroprudential, and payment system policy mix in close synergy with government policies to maintain stability. While strengthening economic growth, Bank Indonesia projects national economic growth in 2026 within the 4.9 to 5.7% range. Indonesia's balance of payment performance must be strengthened constantly to mitigate the impact of the ongoing war in the Middle East. The trade balance in January-February 2026 recorded a 2.2 billion surplus US dollar, primarily contributed by a non-oil and gas trade surplus and a narrower oil trade deficit. Bank Indonesia continues strengthening rupiah exchange rate stabilization policy amid rising global financial market uncertainty. Bank Indonesia is intensifying foreign exchange intervention to maintain rupiah exchange rate stability through intervention in offshore NDF markets and through spot and NDF transaction in the domestic market. The interest rate structure of monetary instrument is also being strengthened to attract foreign portfolio inflows. In addition, Bank Indonesia is strengthening forex market policy through adjustment to the cash threshold for purchasing foreign currency against the rupiah, alongside higher threshold for the NDF or forward selling transaction and higher threshold for swap buying and selling transaction effective from April 2026. Through this measure, the rupiah exchange rate has remained relatively stable, recorded at 17,140 rupiah per US dollar on the 21st of April 2026, or depreciating by 0.87% P2P, compared with the level at the end of March 2026. Moving forward, Bank Indonesia is confident that the rupiah to remain stable and trend towards appreciation, supported by Bank Indonesia's firm commitment, attractive yields, and Indonesia promising economic outlook. Consumer price index inflation remains under control. CPI inflation in March 2026 was recorded at 3.48% year-on-year, lower than 4.76% year-on-year in the previous month. Core inflation fell to 2.52% year-on-year, in line with anchored inflation expectation, supported by consistent monetary policy. Volatile food inflation also decreased to 4.24% year-on-year, supported by the adequate supply of key food commodities amid increased demand during the Eid al-Fitr 1447 Hijriah festive period. Administered prices inflation declined to 6.08% year-on-year from 12.66% year-on-year in the previous month, reflecting minimal price adjustment by the government, as well as the end of the temporary base effect from the government's policy providing discount on household electricity tariff in January and February 2025. Moving forward, Bank Indonesia is confident inflation in 2026 and 2027 will remain within the 2.5% plus minus 1% target corridor, supported by consistent monetary policy in maintaining inflation as well as various government measures to control prices. In addition, Bank Indonesia will continue strengthening synergy with the government through the central or regional government inflation control teams by strengthening implementation of the inflation control and food prosperity movement to contain inflation within the target rate. Ladies and gentlemen, banking sector resilience remains solid, thereby mitigating the risk from the war in the Middle East. This indicated by ample banking liquidity, persistently high capital capacity, and low credit risk. The capital adequacy ratio of the banking industry was high at 25.83% in February 2026, indicating strong capacity to absorb risk and support credit growth. Non-performing loan or NPL ratios in the banking industry remain low at 2.17% gross and 0.83% net in February 2026. The result of Bank Indonesia's stress test indicate that banking resilience remains strong in the face of various risks, including the impact of global spillovers from the war in the Middle East, supported by stable corporate repayment capacity and profitability. Bank Indonesia will continue strengthening macroprudential policy and policy synergy with the KSSK to maintain financial system stability. The growth of digital economic and financial transaction in the first quarter of 2026 remained high, supported by secure, seamless, and reliable payment system. The volume of digital payment transaction reached 14.82 billion in the first quarter of 2026, growing 37.69% year-on-year, supported by broader acceptance of digital payment. Transaction volumes through mobile and internet application grew by 11.82% year-on-year and 17.13% respectively, including CRIS transaction, which continued to expand robustly by 116.43% year-on-year. Such positive performance was supported by increases in the number of users and merchants. On the infrastructure side, retail transaction volume processed through BI Fast reached 1.4 billion transactions, growing 30.82% year-on-year, with transaction value of 3,519 trillion rupiah in the first quarter of 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, we move forward now to West Java, where we reside. Let us zoom into West Java, a province that functions as the national economic locomotive. In fourth quarter of 2025, West Java grew at a staggering 5.85%, significantly higher than the national average. We are the premier investment destination in Indonesia, realizing 296.8 trillion rupiah in 2025. This isn't just a big number. It represents 454,000 new jobs. However, there is a mismatch. We have the capital, we have the factories, but we need the high-skilled labor force that universities like UNJ provide. If the curriculum doesn't evolve as fast as the industry, we face a skills gap that threatens our long-term growth. This is why our presence here today is so urgent. West Java is leading the digital frontier with 13.38 million CRIS users. We represent 22% of the national digital transaction volume. We are no longer just a province of farmers and factory workers. We are a province of digital consumers and fintech innovators. Despite this, we face localized inflationary pressure. Majalengka, for example, recorded 4.5% inflation due to energy tariff adjustments. This granular economic reality is where we need academic research. We need to understand why inflation behaves differently in West Bandung versus Majalengka so we can tailor our policies effectively. Why does a central bank care so much about a university? Because academia is the R&D department of the nation. Bank Indonesia recognizes that we cannot solve complex problems like the middle income trap or climate risk without the intellectual rigor of professor and the fresh perspective of students. Our collaboration is built on the principle of strategic mutualism. We provide the data, the platform, and the institutional access. You provide the critical analysis and the innovative solution. We want students to leave UNJ not just with a degree, but with a deep understanding of how to drive the national economy. To support this, we have established the Bank Indonesia Institute Research Grants, or BANLIT. We are actively seeking research proposals that address the frontier issues of economics. 1. Monetary fiscal synergy. 2. digital finance. 3, green economy. We don't want papers that sit in a library. We want papers that sit on the governor's desk. We want your research to inform our next Board of Governors meeting. Our Bank Indonesia Mengajar program is our way of giving back. We send our senior directors and economists, the people who actually sign the policies, to your lecture halls. Last year, we collaborated with UNPAD, Pajajaran University, and ITB, and the feedback was anonymous. Students want to know how it really works. We discussed the art of central banking, how we balance the need for low inflation with the need for high employment. We invite UNJ to integrate this session into your regular curriculum, ensuring that your students are hearing from the practitioners who navigate the global markets every day. If you are a faculty member, the West Java Economic Society is your most important professional platform. This is a Pinta Helix forum where academia, government, and industry meet. Our call for accommodative papers is a prestigious competition that translates academic excellence into regional law. The best papers are compiled into a policy recommendation book and presented directly to the governor of West Java. Our timeline is intensive. May to July for Sarasehan, or we want to socialize this to the audience, including students who prepare for their dissertation, thesis, or final project. In the month of July to August for the call for papers and a national seminar in October 2026. We expect UNJ to be a dominant force in this cycle. We invite all students of UNJ or all the participants to participate in this occasion. We don't just want you to observe the economy. We want you to write its future. The West Java Economic Society is a partnership program between Bank Indonesia, West Java, and the Indonesian Economists Association, or we call ISEI Bandung. The goal is simply yet profound, to provide actionable policy recommendation for local government. So this is recommendative papers, slightly different from the pure research. Over the years, our teams have evolved from post-pandemic recovery to digital transformation. For 2026, our teams are strictly aligned with the strategic vision of the West Java provincial government. Through sub-events like the Sarasehan Economy and the call for recommendative paper, we offer a platform for researchers, students from UNJ, or all participants to turn their academic insight into real-world policy impact. Moving from the macro to the micro, we have also KKJ, Karya Kreatif Jawa Barat. This is our commitment to the inclusive side of the economy, micro, small, and medium enterprises, and the creative sector. We are also developing tourism village, or we call Desa Wisata. This is an area where multidisciplinary students from tourism, architecture, to management can thrive. We need your help to create 5-year business blueprint for these villages. We want to move from accidental tourism to planned sustainable sport tourism. This is where theoretical sustainable development goals become a reality in the villages of West Java. Perhaps our most exciting program for students is Madani, Magang Berdampak Industri Halal Indonesia. This is a credit-bearing internships up to 10 credits, or 10 SKS in Indonesia, we call it, that tackles one of Indonesia's biggest goals, becoming a global halal hub. Students act as halal product process assistants. They go into the field, work with MSMEs, and help them navigate the complex certification process. Last year, students helped certify over 500 products. This is learning by doing at its finest. It gives students a competitive edge in the job market while providing a massive service to our MSME sector, which is the backbone of our economy. Fortunately, our effort in this area brought West Java to get the award name Adinata Sharia nationally at the first place. For the digital natives in the room, we have the BIOJK Hackathon 2025. We are looking for the coders, the data scientists, and the fintech enthusiasts. The challenges we face, like cyber security in banking and AI-driven credit scoring, require the latest technological thinking. Through this hackathon, we give students access to real-world dataset and the opportunity to pitch their solution to regulators. This is the ultimate bridge between a computer science lab and the future of Indonesian finance. Make sure you participate on this occasion, BIOJK Hackathon 2026. Finally, we must remember that an economy is built on trust and identity. The Bandung Quiz Run, the Art of Culinary Fest, and the CBP Rupiah Championships are about more than just fun. They are about digital literacy and national sovereignty. When we teach a citizen to use quiz, we are bringing them into the formal financial system. When we teach a child to love, pride, and understand the rupiah, that's why we call CBP, Cinta Bangga Paham Rupiah, love, pride, and understand the rupiah. We are teaching them about the strength of their nation. We look to you as academic leaders to help us foster this sense of economic patriotism. In closing, distinguished guests, let us reflect on the road ahead. The global economy will continue to be volatile. Oil prices will fluctuate, and geopolitical tension will remain. We cannot control the wind, but we can adjust our sails. Universitas Negeri Jakarta has the intellectual energy. Bank Indonesia has the institutional platform. Together, we can ensure that West Java and Indonesia not only survives these global challenges, but thrives because of them. We don't want this webinar to be a one-off event. We want it to be the start of a deep multi-year partnership. We want your professor in our research room, and we want your student in our internship programs. Let us build this bridge together. Let us empower education through collaboration. Let us strive for industry excellence. Distinguished delegates, as we conclude this session, the message is clear. Bank Indonesia West Java is not just monitoring the economy. We are actively building it, and we want you to be our architects. From the macro level research of the West Java Economic Society to the grassroots impact of Madani and Halal incubation, there is a place for every student and every lecturer at UNJ and all participants to contribute. Let's turn these slides into stories of success. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to our future collaboration. And as we look toward the horizon of our shared future, let us carry the value of integrity and excellence in every step we take. Just as I open this session with a pantun, allow me to conclude our time together with a final pantun. I look forward to your shouting back with Cakep again. The coffee is brewed and the morning is bright.
Cakep.
Rates may fluctuate and data may shift.
Artinya,
our talk of the market has brought us new light, giving our spirits a much needed fit. One more. At UNJ, we learn to lead with grace.
Cakep.
Spirit to build the nation's soul.
Artinya,
to Bank Indonesia, we keep our pace, chasing golden Indonesia as our goal. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your future contribution to our beloved nation. The floor is now open for a deeper dialogue. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for Bapak Muslimin Anwar for the insightful presentation. That was very interesting. Yeah, it was very interested presentation. Yeah, especially because it feels very close to my own experience as someone living in Jawa Barat, West Java. It's truly impressive to see so many programs being carried out in the region by Bank Indonesia Jawa Barat, like Bank Indonesia Mengajar, and then what again? Karya Kreatif Jawa Barat, and then BI OJK Hackathon, Curious, and any other programs that carried out by Bank of Indonesia. I really hope that people of West Java, especially, and people of Indonesia generally, yeah, can continue to feel the real impact of this program bringing by Bank of Indonesia, especially Bank Indonesia Jawa Barat. Yeah, it is inspiring to see how Bank Indonesia contributes not only through policy but also through the concrete program, yeah, that connect education, innovation, and then community empowerment. We also see that the collaboration between Bank Indonesia, West Java, and universities, especially UNJ, is not only important, yeah, but also very practical and relevant. So this partnership, all overs that coming from Bank Indonesia Jawa Barat, there are a lot of offers, there are a lot of program that we as a schooler, we as a student lecturers can participate, can contribute to all of the programs bringing by Bank Indonesia Jawa Barat. Yeah. For us at UNJ, this is a valuable reminder for us, yeah, that the collaboration should go beyond discussion and become the real action that creates learning opportunities and wider benefits. Yeah, we hope this kind of synergy can continue to grow and inspire a stronger partnership in the future. Now, we have arrived at the Q&A session again. So for the participant who would like to ask the questions, please feel free. Again, I'd like to remind you that participant who ask the questions will have a chance to receive special gifts from the committee. So we encourage you to take this opportunity and ask at least one questions. Yeah. So before asking the questions, like usual, you have to mention your name, institution, and your questions. Yeah. So I will begin with the first session with 2 questions. All right. We have 2 participants who ask questions here. The first is Doni Rafianto and Muhammad Amar Fadila. Maybe I will please Doni first to ask the questions to Bapak Muslimin Anwar. Please.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Anwar. My name is Doni. I am a Magister Management student at UNJ. I would like to ask about a bit about macroeconomics here. It seems that it's been 8 months. BI keeps the BI rate in 4.75. It's been 8 months, and I don't know, maybe it seems BI finds difficulties to lower the BI rates since the currency, there's a tension in Indonesian currency against US. And I heard some analysts suggest that Federal Reserve will not lower the interest rate maybe in 2026. Maybe the Fed will not lower uh, the rate interest rate, and maybe they will cut projected in 2027. Meanwhile, Indonesia government plan to accelerate the economic growth. I would like to know your view about these challenges, and what should Indonesia government take decision about this in the future? I think that's my question. Thank you, Mr. Anwar.
Okay. Okay, maybe we can collect the question first. Maybe we can proceed to the second questions from Amar before we proceed to the answer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rizaldi and Mr. Muslimin. I am Muhammad Amar Faila from Economic and Business Faculties, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. So I have one question. As someone who has successfully passed the qualification steps of the PDBA hackathon, I'm curious about how participation can be adapt to the next stage, especially in refining ideas so they become more relevant and applicable in real world context. Also, will there be more programs like PDDE in the future that continuously support innovation and help participants further develop their ideas beyond just the hackathon phase? Thank you, Mr. Rizaldi and Mr. Muslimin.
Okay, yeah, please, Mr. Anwar, to answer the questions. Maybe we have another one questions from Dr. Ainul in the chat box down below. Salam Pak Muslimin, in Indonesia context where informal economies are strong, how do you see regenerative economy models integrating with existing grassroots system rather than replacing them? Okay, maybe you can proceed with the answer, Mr. Anwar. Thank you.
Coba kamu rumusin. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for all the question raised. It's very interesting yet challenging. The observation regarding the BI rate remaining steady at 4.75% reflects a wait-and-see approach. Bank Indonesia is currently caught in a delicate balancing act, maintaining the stability of the rupiah while trying not to stifle domestic consumption. The higher for longer challenge from United States, if the U.S. Fed rate maintains high interest rate through 2026, as another suggests, Indonesia faces a higher for longer reality. Lowering the BI rate prematurely could trigger capital flight and weaken the rupiah, which could ironically hurt growth by increasing the cost of imported raw materials and energy. So we have to consider many aspects in this case. To accelerate economic growth without relying on monetary easing, lower interest rate, as a lecturer or scholars there at UNJ, maybe some recommendation can be made based on the model set or adjustment. Maybe the government and I would like to, because we work together with the government, so the Bank Indonesia Board of Governors agreed on yesterday to hold the BI rate at 4.55%. This decision remains consistent, actually, with the effort to increase the effectiveness of interest rate adjustment to monetary instrument, terribly bolstering rupiah exchange rate stability amid deteriorating global economic condition triggered by the war in the Middle East. And moving forward, Bank Indonesia is prepared to strengthen monetary policy measure further as required to maintain rupiah stability and ensure that inflation in 2026 and 2020 remain within the 2.5% plus minus 1% target. Yeah, and Bank Indonesia will continue strengthening accommodative macroprudential policy to support economic growth together with government, because Bank Indonesia and government work hand in hand. So Bank Indonesia firstly has to maintain the macroeconomic stability, both in terms of inflation as well as for the exchange rate. And given that Bank Indonesia also support to bolster the economic growth through its policies such as strengthening accommodative macroprudential policy to support economic growth by increasing lending or financing to the real sector while maintaining financial system stability. Payment system policy remains directed towards supporting economic activity through broader acceptance of digital payments, strengthening the payment system industry structure, as well as enhancing the reliability and resilience of payment system infrastructure. And we, together with government and also OJK, we work together in terms of strengthening the effective implementation of accommodative macroprudential policy to promote lending and financial in pursuit of economic growth. We publishing the assessment of prime lending rate transparency with a focus on interest rate based on priority sectors in accordance with the scope of KLM policy. When we inject we make the liquidity ample in the market in order to help a real sector to accelerate their business. And also, I believe from the government side, from both central and also local, they have RPJMN as well as RPJMD in order to boost the economic growth as well as increasing the job opportunities for people to involve in the development. And I believe, government will optimize their fiscal spending since the interest rates are high. The governments probably will do with their best to ensure that every rupiah spent has a high multiplier effect, such as infrastructure completion, focus on finishing strategic projects that immediately lower logistic costs, or targeted subsidies, shift away from broad subsidies toward direct assistance for the productive poor to maintain purchasing power. They have their policy, and we support their decision because we and government work together to maintain the macroeconomic stabilization and also the economic growth. And I believe they will let the aggressive downstreaming, or we call hilirisasi, to insulate the economy from global shocks. Indonesia, in this case, government will continue moving up the value chain by processing raw materials locally. We increase export value, we strengthens our trade balance, and provides a natural buffer for the rupiah, giving BI more room to breathe. Also, structural reform and ease of doing business, we have to look after about this. When the cost of money, interest rate is high, the cost of doing business, bureaucracy must be low. So we believe the government will emphasize the debottlenecking policy to simplify licensing to attract foreign direct investment. If investor cannot get cheap loans, they look for market with high efficiency and low corruption, actually. And we believe the government, our government, working on that issue. Digital transformation also to be accelerated, the digital economy to include MSMEs in the formal financial system. Here at Bank Indonesia, we work together with the local government. We support our MSMEs, to going better and better. True, we equip them with the capacity building, support them with the materials they needed, and help them for marketing their products locally and export, because at Bank Indonesia, we would like to help the MSMEs to be the SMEs that go export as well as go digital. And we already help many MSMEs in West Java to export to Saudi Arabia, like coffee producer or the tea producer, and etc. In terms of food energy security, inflation in Indonesia is often driven by volatile food. By fixing the supply chain and ensuring food security, Bank Indonesia and our Indonesian government work hand in hand to keep inflation low. This allow BI to potentially decouple from the Fed and lower rates sooner if domestic condition remains stable. So we believe we cannot control the Federal Reserve policy, but we can control our domestic efficiency. If the government, together with Bank Indonesia, can do all out, we believe that we can make our economy more efficient and we can achieve the growth as projected by Bank Indonesia. And we look forward into it, actually. I hope that's
right.
answered the first question. And the second question,
Okay.
what is about?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yes, Pak Anwar, I'm so sorry for telling you that we are running out of time.
Okay.
Maybe you can just briefly answer the questions because we have still time maybe for around 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay, I didn't get actually about the hackathon question, but what I can share with you is the BIOJK Hackathon 2026 competition is open, and those who are interested can join, and you can find out the brochure or can find the website on this issue. Students can submit innovative ideas utilizing the power of artificial intelligence or machine learning and blockchain in the form of a proposal deck. Maybe you can share the slide number 31. Student innovation products are directed to enhance global competitiveness, improve efficiency, and support digital transformation and economic growth through digital service export, expand digital financial inclusion literacy, support public services, mitigate risk of transaction fraud and data leakage within blockchain ecosystem, and support efforts to combat online gambling activities. Students selected as finalists will participate in a bootcamp and gain exposure to business matching, innovator scouting, and in-depth piloting within Bank Indonesia's digital initiatives. I don't know whether I can answer that question regarding the hackathon. I'm sorry if I didn't. I can answer it, but you can write it to me so I can reply it to you through the organizer. And the last question is about what? Okay. Hold on a moment, because I didn't get clearly the question when it is delivered. Apologize, that my mistake. Okay, in Indonesia, where informal economies are strong, how do you see regenerative economy models integrating with existing grassroots system rather than replacing them? Is that the question from the participants?
Yes,
Okay,
right,
if it
sir.
is true, okay. In the context of Indonesia, where informal economies are referring to small-scale, unregistered, and community-based economic activities, such as street vendors, micro-enterprises, and family-run businesses, play a dominant role. The integration of regenerative economic models become particularly relevant. Regenerative economy itself goes beyond sustainability as it focuses not only on maintaining system but also on restoring and strengthening environmental and social ecosystem. For instance, through circular production, resource efficiency, and community-based value creation. Rather than replacing existing grassroots system, this model should be designed to build upon and enhance the inherent strengths of informal economies, such as strong social networks. In practice, this approach has also been reflected in policy initiatives, where Bank Indonesia, through its KLM, Kebijakan Likuiditas Macroprudential Liquidity Policy, supports financing flows toward priority and sustainable sectors. I think it's already around 400 trillion rupiah, yeah, the KLM already. While platforms such as the West Java Economic Society encourage innovation and generate actionable recommendations related to green and inclusive economic development. In this way, regenerative approaches can scale impact while preserving the inclusivity and resilience that already characterize Indonesia's economic foundation. I think that's all that I can respond to the question raised. If it is not meet your requirement, please do not hesitate to chat with me through the organizer, and we do our best to respond the answer to you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Pak Anwar, for your insightful answer, insightful presentation. That was very interesting. Before we end the session, maybe we could, as a token of our appreciation, maybe we could give Bapak Muslimin Anwar to the certificate for appreciation. Please, the operator. Okay. All right. Okay, we're going to take a picture together. Please, the operator, to take some shoots. All right, I'll count till 3. 1, 2, 3. Cheers. Okay. Once again. 1, 2, 3. Cheers. Okay. Once again, thank you so much, Bapak Muslimin Anwar, for joining us today.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Okay, I really appreciate your
Thank you, Doni.
presence today. It's really meaningful. And ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the session, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation, of course, for our two distinguished speakers, Dr. Ainul Azrin Adam and Bapak Muslimin Anwar, MBA PhD, for sharing their valuable knowledge, professional experience, and inspiring insights with all of us today. We truly hope that today's session has strengthened the bridge between academia and industry, and that the ideas shared here will encourage future collaborations, innovations, and impact. My name is Rizaldi Mukmin, MBA. Thank you once again for your attention and participations. I will now return to the session to the Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and have a wonderful day ahead.
Hello. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. We have some technical issues. But please, for all participants, please still stay in the Zoom meeting because we still have a few agendas. Please get inside. Please stay in the Zoom. All right. While we wait for the technical issues to be settled, I want to check on our participants' enthusiasm, maybe. So, hello everyone. Are you still with me?
Hello.
Hello. You can respond by turning on your mic or respond via Zoom chat. And hello to our international participants. Selamat pagi, apa kabar? To our colleagues from Malaysia. And magandang umaga po, kumusta ka? To our friends from the Philippines. And subah bakhir, aap kaise hai? To our participants from Pakistan. Maybe we could have a little chit-chat moment while we wait. Is that okay? Okay. All right. Well, I hope for all of the participants to still be enthusiastic and still keep their spirits despite all the technical difficulties that we have. I'm truly sorry for that. Um, Before we move to the next agenda, I want to remind to all participants that we have prizes, which is cash reward that will be transferred for 10 active participants. So please be attentive and listen, and also be active by asking questions. And now we will continue with the second discussion session, which we believe will be just as insightful and engaging. This session will be guided by our moderator, Ahma Alia Az-Zahra. But before we begin, let us take a look at her curriculum vitae. To our operator, kindly display the CV, please. Rahma Alia Zahra is an international management student at Universitas Negeri Jakarta with a strong focus on global business and cross-cultural collaboration. And she gained international exposure as an exchange student at Inti International University, Malaysia, where she actively engaged in a multicultural academic environment. In addition, she also has demonstrated strong leadership as the head of class of the International Undergraduate Program and has experience as a moderator in an international webinar. And since Mr. Muslimin Anwar opened and closed his presentation with pantun, and I'm a little bit FOMO, so I want to say a little pantun too. So please help me with your responses with cakep or artinya. Okay? All right. Across the world we meet today.
Cakep.
Sharing knowledge along the way.
Artinya?
With grace and skill, she'll guide the flow, ensuring every voice can grow. Please welcome our second moderator, Rahma Alia Az-Zahra.
Okay, Sani, thank you so much for the introduction. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, distinguished speaker, respected participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rahma Alia Azahra, and I will be serving as the moderator for this session. So, it is a pleasure to continue guiding this session, and I hope everyone is still feeling engaged and ready as we move into another insightful discussion. So before we begin, just a quick reminder, please stay focused throughout this session and feel free to prepare your question as we will open a discussion afterwards. Okay, now let us move to our next session. So please, for the operator, show us the CV of Miss Nala. Okay, thank you so much. So it is my honor to introduce our distinguished speaker, Miss Nala Astarini Prananta, MBA. So Miss Nala is a human capital professional currently serving as an officer in talent development at PLN head office, where she contributes to aligning talent strategies across the various entities within the organization. She holds a Master of Business Administration from Institut Teknologi Bandung and completed her earlier studies at the University of Sydney. Throughout her professional journey, she has been actively involved in organizational transformation, culture development, and talent management, contributing to strategy background which combine business acumen and physical insight, makes her perspective highly relevant in today's dynamic and evolving workplace. So today, she will be presenting on a very, very relevant and insightful topic, managing people during the transformation era. So without further ado, Ms. Nala, the floor is yours.
Hi there. Thank you, Rahma. Thank you so much for everyone. Very happy to be here today. A very warm and respectful greetings to all the deans, the organizing committee, all the honorable speakers, and of course, all the students and participants joining us today. It's truly a pleasure to be part of the session with you. So let's just have this brief session light, more of a shared conversation on how we would navigate transformation in the perspectives of HR. So would you mind sharing the presentation, please? Right, thank you so much. So today's topic would be aligning people through transformation, but what does it really mean? Before we dive in more, maybe you can go to the next slide. Just allow me to introduce myself a bit. I'm Nala. I have always loved working with people, and in this session, I'd like to share just a little bit of what I love, a perspective on transformation through the lens of managing human. And as it's been stated before, I currently work at PT PLN Persero, which is the state-owned electricity company in Indonesia, working as a talent development officer, focusing on managing talent across affiliated and non-affiliated entities within PLN Group. Through this journey, prior to this, I was with PLN Nusantara Power, one of PLN subsidiaries in the generation business, and I've had the opportunity to see the organization from two perspectives, at the subsidiary level and now at the holding level. And that experience has given me a unique lens in understanding one thing, that is how complex, but also how powerful an organization can be when everything is truly aligned. So moving on to the next slide, please. Right. Just a little bit of the industry where I work. Brief explanation. I work in Indonesia's sole state-owned power utility. Electricity serves over 87 million customers through an end-to-end supply chain of generation, transmission, and distribution. And the company is currently executing a strategic shift towards a green ecosystem, focusing on renewable energy adoption and expanding electric vehicle infrastructure to support national sustainability goals and net zero emission. Why is this important? Moving into the next slide. Yeah. So what does it take to align over 90 entities, thousands of people, and one shared purpose? We should delve into the key topics. Next slide. Right. It starts with the holding-subholding transformation that was officially inaugurated by former Minister of State-Owned Enterprises, Bapak Erick Thohir, on 2022 and legally took effect on January 1, 2023. And the shift to a holding-subholding model was a strategic pivot to decentralize PLN Persero to be more investment ready by transforming a monolithic utility into a more agile and transparent organization. So by consolidating specialized assets into dedicated units, take, for example, Indonesia Power and Nusantara Power, these companies have streamlined its decision-making processes and enhanced its operational efficiency for a large-scale power generation. And this structural refinement also positions individual entities to directly secure strategic partnership and green financing, which is crucial for accelerating Indonesia's transition towards net zero emission. So under this new alignment, the roles are clearly defined. Maybe next slide. Yep. So this is what the organization looks like post-restructuring. So the holding now acts as the brain, focusing on end-to-end business strategy, transmission, and the distribution of power to consumers. While PLN Indonesia Power and Nusantara Power, these two subholdings manage the generation businesses, PLN Energi Primer Indonesia. This unit was created to solve the fuel supply, which hands the procurement of coal, gas, and oil in one centralized place. Also, this is the Beyond KWH for the Icon Plus. It's where they've tucked in non-electricity businesses like internet services and EV charging infrastructure. Okay. So with the new structure comes bigger ambitions. We call them moonshot goals. But beyond setting these targets, the complexity lies in the transition itself. One of the main challenges in this restructuring is the number of transferred assets. Over 4,000 contracts were transferred, more than 3,000 people moved across subholdings. And this is where the real challenge begins, guys, because we are not just managing performance, we're managing people. Okay, move on to the next one. Okay, so what are the risks? Well, according to McKinsey and Company, nearly 70% of transformation efforts fail, and a significant portion of that is driven by behavior. So if we look closer, two of the most critical factors here are the employee resistance to change and lack of management support. And the question is, how do behaviors actually work? More importantly, how do we shape and facilitate them in the most effective way? Okay, next slide. Right, to be more specific, how do we actually facilitate behavior across such a diverse workforce? So just give you the bigger picture. Imagine an organization where people can be placed anywhere at any time. That level of mobility creates a highly fluid environment. We're talking about individuals from different generations, backgrounds, cultures, and experiences, and now even more blended after the transformation. And with a system that requires this kind of flexibility, we naturally bring together people who think, work, and communicate differently, often within the same team. And that diversity creates a very interesting dynamics because it is both our greatest strength and at the same time our most complex challenge. So, next one. Where do we start? Do we start with understanding personality? But to what extent? What kind of behaviors or even personalities should we be developing? So if we take a psychological approach, this is often where recruiters begin, right? Or we rely on frameworks like personality types to understand how individuals think, communicate, and behave. This is probably very common to you guys. The DISC, the MBTI, my favorite personal one is the dope personality. So they say that people tend to have more of the owl and docile within the team, particularly in Asia, in fact. But then the question is, again, to what extent can we actually apply this in a large-scale organization? Because in reality, these tools are often situational. They work well in specific contexts, yes, but they don't fully capture the complexity of an entire organization. And in Indonesia, that complexity goes even further. We're not just dealing with individual differences, but also deeply rooted cultural nuances, local values, and social dynamics. So the question becomes, how do we navigate this transformation, not just through the diversity, but also layered complexity? And ultimately, how do we build and sustain employee engagement within it? Next one. So what do we do? To the next slide, please. Okay, so what do? We deploy change management. Should be on to the next slide. In this case, I'm using the John Kotter's framework as a guide. Yes, thank you. So the first one is creating the sense of urgency, which we have the urgency of that transformation itself. Right. Also, second one, we built a guiding coalition, which relates heavily on collaboration. We form a strategic vision. We enlist a volunteer army, which will be explained later also. Enable action by removing barriers, generate easy wins. This one, we move with speed. We take quick, visible actions to build momentum and show that change is real. We also sustain it. We build the right pace, continuously improve, and ultimately institutionalize the change so it becomes a part of how the organization works. Okay, next slide. Yep, so here's step 3, forming a strategic vision. Apart from the 10-year master plan, the 5-year strategic roadmap, KPIs, etc., this is what we refer to as forming a strategic vision within the human capital. The mindset and values of human capital remain fundamental in shaping these goals. In its simplest form, the goal we strive for is clear. That is, we prioritize employee happiness as the key driver of sustainable performance. Okay, so we have under employee happiness, we have best practice on HC management, well plan, progressive people and development program, which I would be discussing more into this one, harmony, industrial relationship, and with the core values that we believe is to be the foundation and the guideline for all these steps and foundation to employee happiness. Next slide. So why do you think employee happiness matters? Because a healthier, happier, and more engaged workforce boosts company performance and resilience. So how do we achieve this employee happiness and translate it into practical behaviors. Next slide. So we start from the foundation, our core values. We used to have akhlak for this. Oh, before that, this is our employee value proposition. At PLN, we aim to create a workplace that is not only productive, but also a place where people feel valued, supported, and truly happy. Next one. Moving on to how we achieve and maintain this employee happiness and translate it into practical behaviors. We start from foundation, our core values. We used to have akhlak for this. So these values shape the mindset we want to build, guide the capabilities we need to define, and ultimately translate it into the behaviors we expect to see across the organization. The goal is simple, and we ensure these behaviors are not just defined, but consistently practiced and aligned. And to make this work, we focus on 3 key enablers. First, the leader's behavior, the role model. So they play a critical role in setting the tone from the top and demonstrating the behaviors we want to see, we want to imply. Secondly, the guidelines and policies. This is also a very vital part because it provides a clear foundation and direction, ensuring consistency and alignment across all the organization. And third, symbols. There needs to be something tangible, visible reminders that reinforce awareness and bring these values to life in everyday work. And this is what we aim to get to our vision and mission of our business transformation. So next slide, please. So we agree that leaders' involvement equals to maintaining the quality of employee engagement. We agree that trust and leadership drive engagement. And so our approach starts with something simple. And what is that? Moving on to the next one. Yeah. We start with something simple but powerful. We want to listen. In an organization this large, especially during periods of transformation, change can feel overwhelming to most, and at times very confusing with everything that changes from the system, from the status, entity, identity. So that's why setting tone from the top is critical. But alignment cannot happen through directives alone. Leaders need to go beyond the boardroom, connecting directly with people on the ground. It creates spaces for open dialogue where hierarchy is set aside and conversations become more open, honest, and immediate. And at the same time, we continue to strengthen our systems and processes. But just as important, we ensure that people feel heard, because when they do, alignment becomes more natural, not forced. Next slide. Yep, at the same time, we ensure that our human capital initiatives continue to drive meaningful impact. This is optimizing resource management across holding and subholding through an integrated human experience management system platform to enhance productivity and overall value creation, to drive full adoption of HXMS at the holding level to establish standardized career opportunities and expand professional growth pathways across the PLN group so everyone has the same career opportunities and path across the entities, and ensuring the talent mobility is implemented without compromising employee rights, fully protecting existing compensation and benefits. So this is more of the system that we built. And now employees have, we make sure that employees have broader opportunities to even grow, to contribute and explore their potential across entities. And this is where my role comes in, ensuring that talent is not just managed, but enabled. Okay, next slide. So we have leaders involvement, we have the system. This brings us to the third element, which is symbols. This is where we align people by strengthening culture and purpose. Interestingly, culture plays a very significant role in our change management. It becomes the platform that holds and enables transformation across the organization. And that's why we translate it into engaging initiatives, program that people can experience in the daily work. So if you can see here, we have different culture programs such as well-being culture, safety cultures, beyond keto age culture. These initiatives are not standalone; they're embedded as part of the culture KPIs across all the units. So all the units have to do this. This integrates with the KPIs from the holding and rectified it to all the units. So, for example, well-being, say we have initiatives in our sub-holding coming from Nusantara Power. We have Power Up Friday. Now, some of you might be wondering, why does this matter? Okay, I'll come back to that shortly. So, another one is safety culture. To make sure that we operate zero accident, beyond KH culture, and who drives all of this? We have dedicated change agents. We used to call it, now we call it Ranger, who plays an important role in supporting the implementation of culture across the organization. And their role is not only to communicate or socialize initiatives, but also to ensure that the cultural elements have been defined and embedded into KPIs that are actually executed in day-to-day operations. So the Rangers act as the connecting point between the design and the execution, and they help ensure that what has been agreed at the organizational level is understood, adopted, and consistently practiced across all the unit that they are in. Next slide. I would show you a bit of video, the next 2 slides of videos. Okay, can you please play the video? Maybe with the sound on. Okay, so here's a bit of sneak peek of our Rangers in action, of what their unit. Okay. So maybe the next one. Right. For the next slide, this is what you are about to see. Is one example of how we drive transformation through well-being initiatives. Just like what we said about the well-being culture, with active involvement, again, active involvement for our leaders. So through this kind of engagement, we create spaces that feel more open and less hierarchical to help reduce boundaries between leaders and employees. So the intention is very simple. It's just to build a more connected, inclusive, and human-centered working environment where conversations become more natural and collaborations become easier across levels. So maybe just play a bit. That's possible. Thank you. Okay, so maybe I'll just share the videos later for you guys if you guys want to see. So maybe moving on to the next one. In addition, given our ambitious goals, our moonshot targets, and the overall transformation agenda, we need to continuously develop and expand our employees' capabilities, and this is essential to equip them with strong resilience, as well as the agility required to navigate volatility and, of course, the rapid technological change. And to support this, we have established a structured framework for development programs across all levels of the organization, starting from the leadership development programs tailored for each job grade and career stage. And within this framework, these are just some of our initiatives. Maybe next slide. Yep. These are just some of our initiatives. Petland Colony said the community of learning and innovation. We have global talent readiness program, which are designed to strengthen the capability building and prepare our people for future challenges in a more global setting and digital environment. So we make sure talents grow through needs and to reach their goal and maximize their full potential. We also actively collaborate with national and international universities. Okay, maybe next slide. Okay, so beyond culture and learning programs, we also actively drive innovation across the group. So it is a core part of how we grow. In fact, for several entities, it has been embedded within performance indicators, and we encourage employees to continuously improve processes, adopt new technologies, and challenge existing ways of working. And each year, this brought to life through a national innovation competition where the best ideas from units are identified, developed, and scaled across the organization. And in addition to internal initiatives, we also in our innovation ecosystem externally. We support innovators through various external and international platforms beyond the company, including collaborations and participation in broader industry events. We also create innovation spaces for universities through initiatives such as Bell and Ice. This also held regularly, annually, providing a platform for academic institutions to contribute ideas, compete, and engage in real-world innovation challenges. Okay. Again, if you see the bottom right, there's always a leadership involvement, appreciation, and all the processes that are in the innovation, from the idea gathering to the competition. We involve our leaders throughout every steps. Okay, next slide. So we're just getting to almost at the end, so maybe can go to the next slide. Thank you.
I'm sorry for the delay, Miss.
That's all right. So I'm about to say that other than the idea gathering of the innovation itself, what is equally important is the dissemination. So not just the idea doesn't just stop there, but it is also applied and replicated, can be applied to the units that are relevant to the innovation itself.
Okay, I'm sorry, Miss, for the technical issues, so we can wait a while.
Okay, that's all right.
Okay, Miss, I'm so sorry during technical issues. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. So please wait a while for the operator to share your screen. Thank you. I'm sorry, Miss, if you can share your screen itself, it would be okay. Do you mind?
Okay, let me just try, okay? Let me just try for a second.
Thank you so much, Miss.
Okay, where were we? Aligning people through innovation, right? So yeah. So this one that I was talking about, can you guys see my screen right now? Yeah, I think all good, yeah. Okay. So this is the dissemination. This is just examples of innovation that have been developed, pitched, and successfully replicated and applied across the organization. So after all these efforts, how do we measure and monitor change? We measure productivity, of course, and we track KPI achievements as they are indicators of performance. But beyond that, we also look directly at our people, and we want to ensure that employees are truly satisfied with the efforts and the initiatives driven by human capital management. So this is measured also through the employee experience survey conducted using Qualtrics, which helps us understand how employees perceive their overall experience, engagement, and well-being within the organization. So ultimately, what we are trying to achieve is these are the drivers of the employee experience itself that covers authority, collaboration, communication, managing change, role fit, even safety, pen benefits, strategic alignment. So we have 25 drivers overall for the employee experience that measures the engagement, the experience versus expectations, how much the employees intend to stay, inclusion, and also well-being. So ultimately, what we are trying to achieve is alignment across 4 key elements, so that happy employees, transformational leadership with strong involvement, robust system, and continuous people development. And when these elements come together and are aligned, we create an organization that is not only high performing, but also sustainable, where people can grow, leaders are engaged, systems enable progress, and employees can hopefully thrive. So that's all for the session. Thank you so much, and I am open for any discussion. Thank you.
Sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, and thank you very much, Ms. Nell, insightful and informative presentation. So your explanation has provided us with valuable perspective on how organization effectively manage people in time of transformation. We will learn about the importance of understanding the teach different approaches. First of all is DIS and then EMT highlight and works. Help us better understand diversity work rate. As per this topic particularly relatable, especially many of us are already familiar with the personality types, but specialization help us to see it from more perspective of that. That personality but about improving collaboration, communication, and leadership in the work environment. It's a truly innovative and communication plus. Okay.
Ya, masih. Okay, good morning, Ibu Nala.
Good morning.
Thank you for the insightful presentation. My name is Vina from UNJ. I would like to ask a question. How can leaders foster a culture of psychological safety when the very nature of a transformation era implies constant instability and job evolution? Thank you.
Sorry, so the question was, how can leaders foster a cultural psychology, as in this context, is it more into the well-being uh, or is it just the psychological factor in general?
Oh. Maybe psychological factor.
Right. Of course, as the era is again very volatile and
Miss Nala.
even until now, here's what the leaders would be doing and have been doing actually, because we are prioritizing and highlighting heavily on open communication and accountability. That's what we actually we are doing right now, even until now. So as the systems are still changing every year, I think what employees need is accountability for informations, updated info on their everything that is people related, yeah, especially. So of course, prioritizing the open communication, accountability is a way to cultivate a culture where we believe that everyone will feel valued and respected. And we also create the room for them to actually ask directly to the leaders, whether it's the unit leaders, leaders in their own units of work, and also the BOD. Sometimes we have the BOD. Sometimes the BOD will come down and just make a session, communication forum. So this is how actually what the culture people are also doing by having this integrated agenda events, so that the upper layer have will have will hear what the others in the other down layer aspirates, and also how this will make a clear expectation and inclusive communication will set a clearer vision, yeah. So the desired behaviors that are expected, the desired outcomes that are expected by the employees will be heard through the management, and the management will discuss it for the solution, and then it'll just go back and forth like that. So we hear, we listen, and then we provide solutions based on what the expected outcomes from the employees. I guess that is what we are currently doing to manage the expectations and the psychological factor of themselves, of the employees in general. I guess that's what can I answer till. So does that answer your question? So we focus heavily on relational dynamics, actually.
All right. Thank you, Miss Nala.
No worries. Any more questions?
Okay, any more questions from participants?
So I think that's a very good question, yeah. Because I think also like the management as an HR, you also have to integrate people from different levels of organization because we have to really involve the leaders actively, but also from the down layers to actively ask and actively participates to talk about their aspirations because then the transparency will come in that moment of the communication and how the empathy and the respect will, will derive from the communication itself between the leaders and the other employees. Another question?
Hi Nala. I want to ask question actually from your material about managing people. I kind of interesting with change management since it's like common material that I've heard since I've joined management in management program studies. So I often heard about change management. Can you tell me more about change management in actual level of business activities? And is there any um, kind of tips for especially students who will join the labor market and join the business and or join any kind of company, and probably this change management will kind of happens often, yeah, uh, kind of changing every day gitu. So that's the question from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Fanny, for the question. Right, yes, change management is something that we face in day-to-day operations and across distinct levels. So in the corporate level itself, we have to weave the change readiness into the very fabric of the organization's culture, right? So what we usually do, our approach is usually standardizing the steps. And these steps is we usually derive it from what methodology do we want to use, like adopting a single framework like the Kotter or the ODKAR. So if there's any collaboration between departments or between teams, we speak the same language and we're on the same page. And we know what are the steps that we want to achieve, right? So that's first. Also, we have to visibly use the policies that are already in the system to set the standard, and also we rely heavily on collaboration. Any change management would not be executed successfully without collaborations from all the departments related. And so everything that we do is also needs to be monitored. So there needs to be a continuous monitoring regularly by across teams, departments. I think that is what we need to deploy the change management itself. In the project level, I think it also we need to map out who is affected, and we need to plan how to engage each group. We have to, again, use communication campaigns, maybe use the town halls, use any communication forum, even to the extent of doing pilot programs, just to, guide coalition to gather feedbacks, and demonstrate quick wins before a full launch. This is if it's regarding to a project level. Again, for individual level, I think we need a one-on-one session sometimes with our managers or higher level about us addressing what we are gonna do, addressing the risks. We might need a personalized training as well to tailor one's individual role and current skill gaps. So I guess that's what we need to do at different business levels, from the corporate level to the project level and to individual level. This is what I suggested as we deploy the change management itself in any cases.
Okay, thank you, Nala, for your insightful answers.
Okay, once again, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Thank you very much, Ms. Nala, for the insightful and informative presentation. And thank you so much for the engaging discussion and insightful Q&A. So, Ms. Nala, your presentation has provided us with valuable perspective on how to effectively manage people in times of transformation, and we truly appreciate the knowledge you have shared with us today. But we sincerely apologize to participants who have not had the opportunity to ask questions due to time limitation. But no worries, we still have another exciting speaker coming up. So please stay up as for the next session. Okay, now we will proceed with the presentation of a certificate of appreciation to our speaker, followed by a short photo session. So we would like to invite Ms. Nala for a certificate presentation and documentation session. Okay, for the operator certificate, please. Okay, I think we're ready. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think that's all for this session. Once again, me to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Hafizuddin. So, Mr. Hafizuddin is a professional in strategic management, transformation, and change management, with extensive experience across various leading organizations. Currently, he serves as a division head in business development at PT Integrasi Aviasi Solusi, where he is involved in product strategy, market development, and business growth interests. He has also held key roles in corporate planning, performance management, and transformation programs in several major companies. And then he holds a master's degree in strategic management from Universitas Negeri Jakarta and is currently pursuing his doctoral studies in sustainability strategy. And today he will be presenting on the topic Education, Sustainability, and Transformation Embracing the Era of Uncertainty.
With his strong combination of academic background and industry experience, we are confident that his session will provide valuable insight for all of us. Without further ado, Mr. Hafid Sudin, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Can you show my PPT?
Okay, Mr. Thank you for the operator. Can you share the PPT, please?
Of my presentation. Because I have maybe a little problem from the connection in here. Thank you for everyone. Maybe today I will tell you about the presentation about the big topic, maybe the game changer. The game changer, it will be introduced the core, the theme of education, sustainability, and transformation. Maybe this is emphasizing of necessity of embracing of the era in VUCA condition. This sets the stake for a discussion on how the academic institution must be involved in rapidly changing the world and in the VUCA condition. Maybe next, I will tell you about my short profile. This is my tagline. The millennial is a game changer because I'm just a millennial. I'm born in 1994. Currently, I'm a doctoral student in University of Jakarta in sustainability management. My work experience, my last work experience as acting the division head of commercial in strategy policy in Engineering Holding, and my main position in Engineering Aviation Services as a division head in business development. My past experience, I'm most working in the strategic planning and transformation, and in a various position in the various industry. Maybe next, I will tell you about the why university must be transformed. The narration here focus the alignment between the universities and the current condition, industry condition in the VUCA condition. To become sustainability education organization, the university must be act up as a bridge between the world class, like the AASCSB. This is the business school world class standard, and the production of the quality talent of the student university. This is focusing on relevancy of curriculum and the industry base to build the some competitive advantage from the quality talent from the university to meet the qualification of the industry. The good university will be produce the quality talent, and the good industry will be produce the quality alumni, maybe as a director, maybe as a top talent in the company, and etc. Maybe the next, I will tell you about the switching paradigm of the educational organization. This slide presents the business school transformation matrix. I will tell you about the traditional business school standard and the future business school will be aligned in the material of transformation. This is the comparing of the business school model in traditional and the visioning in the future. The paradigm will be swift, involve the moving from producing job-ready graduate to future prepared the graduate who adaptive and the complex problem solver. The key change include the moving from the rigid degree to micro credential and lifelong industry, and then lifelong learning, shifting the research focus from the volume to society impact, involving the from physical classroom to hybrid ecosystem integrated with the generative AI. Maybe the university will be compare the curriculum in the applied and job qualification in industry, because this is the important to build the some talent to ready for the industry to be build the quality talent, quality alumni from industry will be a top management, maybe in the future, all the CEO in the company, some company. And the next, I will tell you how to transform the organization transformation. This is the total transformation framework must be doing in the organization education, especially in the university. The transformation is described as a holistic process involving the strategy, structure, and system to reach the high performance. It requires a culture transformation, redefining the values, behavior, and belief driven by a clear vision, mission, and goals. The leadership as the orchestrator, the specifically director, maybe in the university, must be demonstrate the high commitment to build the real transformation in the university to turn the strategy and into execution. And the performance is the result of the transformation goals we will be doing in the rector division. Next, I will tell you about the first step, how to the university switching paradigm from switching paradigm from traditional to future paradigm. The first, the university must be doing the organization innovation is to involve the everyone. Why they involve the everyone? Because the everyone is promote a culture of the entrepreneurship, where every member of the organization feels empowered to contribute to the transformation process from the within. Next slide, I will tell you the comparable of the traditional university and the future university, especially in the business school study. The zombification momentum. I will tell you about the topic. This slide illustrates the need to escape day-to-day zombification of the routine administrative division it will be doing in the traditional university. The goal is to move forward to creating the momentum. It suggests that anyone can provide a $1 million exclusion. Is the environment allow the fresh thinking, maybe and the consulting style agility. This is the switching paradigm in a traditional university from the future university, especially in a business school. The next slide, I will tell you about the uh, step two to disrupt your education model. The second step, a call for the radical change, maybe disrupt your education model. The disruption should be not be a bit tricky. They must be the fundamentally based on the customer voice. The university customer voice. Yeah, I will tell you the next slide. Who is the university customer voice? The customer voice, the main customer voice from university is the industry and the university student. Because to effectively disrupt the model, the institution must be identify its main customer and by understanding the biggest needs of the stakeholder, especially in industry and the student, to build some curriculum and experience as to provide the real value of the university. The next, I will tell you about the build the innovation culture in the core. The third step, focus the innovation in the core of the organization. The transformation, not just surface level change of about the re-engineering process, but just focus the central function to purpose of the institution to be more resilient and agile, especially in industry for education organization. The detail of innovation, the university must be doing the Go Garage innovation. Sorry, maybe the presentation is losing in my screen. Maybe next slide. Okay, thank you. I will tell you about the how to university go to the Garage innovation to doing the people transformation of the university to build the disruption to accelerate the innovation as a culture. This is the visual side to advocate for the Garage innovation. It's despite progression from a traditional rigid structure, more flexible structure from the Garage set up, symboling the transformation, acceleration, and disruption. The final step, the university must be doing the ship it seriously, ship it. It means the university must be doing the execution of the goals, the university, and the visioning of the rectors as the CEO of university. Maybe next. Next slide. Story. After Garrett's innovation. Next. Sorry. Maybe sorry, maybe in my connection. Sorry, so sorry. I cannot see the presentation. Maybe the next slide is the presentation. Okay. Okay, the skip it. This is emphasize the planning, the strategy useless without the taking the product innovation to the market. I will show you the university must doing the tomorrow the strategy. The university, the narration conclude by the balancing long-term vision with the short-term agility, while the master plan for 2030, we must also operate 90 days sprint as a quick win the university plan to remind the relevant execution in the educational organization. It serves as a reminder for the plan for the future plan, while the could be dead by now. The highlighting the urgency of the current strategic action. The shift is telling about the university can be execute the organizational transformation and the cultural transformation together, and the build the good execution and uh, build the good the performance of the transformation. That's all my presentation. I will tell you about some quotes. Maybe the quotes say by Monkey D. Louis in One Piece character, no matter how hard or impossible is it to doing the transformation, never lose the sight of your goals. Thank you for my presentation. That is all. I'll back to the operator and WNG. Sorry about my connection. Maybe my connection it's not stable in here. The screen the change. That's all my presentation. Can you hear my voice, or some problem in my connection, or the university connection, or operator connection? I don't know.
Mana? Ini. Emang gak muncul ya? Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Habisuddin, for the insightful presentation. From your explanation, we learned how universities need to continuously transform in order to stay relevant with industry demands and global standards. And then we also understand the importance of aligning curriculum, building strong management strategies, and maintaining continuous improvement to produce quality and graduates. So actually, it was a very insightful session for all of us. And then, okay, so now due to time limitation, I will open the Q&A session. So if you guys want to ask something, you can feel free to raise your hand or put the chat box.
Okay, everyone, once again, feel free to ask your question. Okay, so our first question comes from Alia Shafa. I will read for you, sir. So, if the half-life of knowledge is shrinking, should education shift its focus from content mastery to metacognition, learning how to learn, or modular learning from course? Okay, Mister, the time is yours.
Oh yeah, I can not hear you about the answer. Sorry, can you repeat again the answer?
Okay, for the question, I will repeat it again for you, sir. So the question from Alia Safa, if the half-life of knowledge is shrinking, should education shift its focus from content mastery to metacognition or learning how to learn or modular learning from course? If my voice is not clear enough, you can check in the chat box, sir.
Okay, it's clear. The education should be indeed considered it's the priority rather than focusing solely on the content mastery, with the risky becoming the obsolete the quickly. The emphasize the shift toward the metacognition. And it means the ability to understand, the regulate, to improve one on the learning process. At the same time, the modular learning, I think, over the flexibility by breaking the education to smaller stage, the unit can be updated more easily than the traditional long-term curriculum. The learner can be tailored maybe their pathway and reskill rapidly and remain relevant in the dynamic industry especially in the VUCA condition. Maybe the match will be the needs of the industry. The university will be making some bridge between the industry needs and maybe the competencies of the graduate from the university.
Okay, sir, thank you so much for your response, Mr. Hafizuddin. Okay, so now we kindly invite all the participants to turn on camera because now we will proceed with the presentation of a certificate of appreciation to our speaker, followed by a short photo session again. So we would like to invite Mr. Hafizuddin for the certificate presentation and documentation session. Okay, for the operator, please. Okay, thank you so much. So we will start the documentation session. 1, 2, 3, smile. Again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so thank you so much, Mr. Hafizuddin. You can leave the Zoom or stay with us until the event session ends. Okay, distinguished
Thank
speaker
you.
and participant. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, I'm sorry. So, distinguished speaker and participants, it has been a truly insightful and enriching session. We have gained valuable perspective from both academic and industry viewpoints. So, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all speakers and participants for your contribution and active engagement. With that, I will now hand over the session back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rizaldi and Rahma, for leading the discussion session earlier. And now we have reached the next agenda, which is the presentation of certificates as appreciation to our moderators who have led the discussion session earlier. We would like to invite Mr. Rizaldi Mumin MBA and Rahma Alia Azahra to kindly receive the certificate as a token of our deepest appreciation. For the operator, please share the certificate for Mr. Rizaldi Mumin MBA. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience. For the operator, please share the certificate for Mr. Rizaldi Mumin MBA.
All right, while we wait, there is a attendance link that all participants could fill out from the form. We still accepted for the link is until 6 p.m. Indonesian time. All right. Once again, reserve for hands. Let's move on to the next agenda, which is one of the most exciting moments of today's event, which are interactive quiz. All right, I'm so sorry once again for the inconvenience and for many technical issues. We're afraid longer continue this event, but I'm sure after all that presentation from our distinguished speakers, I hope we still have um, the core of our event. And I'm really sorry, but with that, we will officially conclude today's International Webinar and Digital Exhibition of Management Department 2026. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the speakers valuable contribution and active participation honor for us as masters of
Kay daga